What's going on, everybody? Thank you for joining us today. Yet another edition of Throwback Thursday. Jeff, I know you've been enjoying the content as much as I've been enjoying digging through and putting it all up and together.
I'm not gonna lie. I was trepidatious watching this, especially my stuff. I hate watching my stuff, you know that. But it's been interesting to go back and watch it because, as I said, I become less of a dick as the shows go on Talk Wrestling, which is thank God I did because the first show was so bad. But man, you have been like reaching into the vault, man. I almost feel like I want to grab Mickey Mouse on SNL. I'm like, no, protect the content. They didn't sell. So man, such good stuff to watch, and today is no exception, sir.
Yes, thank you once again to Aaron Rift of the NoDQ YouTube channel, James Hebert of the JH95/FTW Productions, Noel Foster from the Simple Man brand, and of course, you, good sir, for the
Yes,
Jeff Meacham Network, for allowing me access to all the content that was previously discussed in private
yes,
amongst all of you guys, because there are limitations about what can and can't be posted, but
yeah. Unfortunately,
especially a big thank you once again to Aaron Rift for allowing me access to the no DQ stuff. That stuff has really helped make the process and the Throwback Thursdays succeed and thrive, I think.
absolutely.
Sit back, relax, everybody, enjoy as we bring to you yet another week of Throwback Thursday content.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from NoDQ.com.
This is episode 49 of Talk Wrestling. Different location than the last 3 we've done. Because I'm in front of a computer, because my printer at home sucks. And I need to have questions in front of me from MySpace. This is the first time I've had questions from you, the people that watch on MySpace. Thank you, whoever you are. Whoever you are that watch on MySpace. This is from one of our longtime fans here on the show, Blue Rain. What was your all-time favorite WCW moment? Anything pre-1998. Okay. Probably... God, there were a lot, surprisingly. There were a lot for me. I liked WCW back when they were good. I would say the first time I saw the NWO as a unit on Nitro. July 15th, 1996, when the Outsiders attacked, and then Hogan came out for the first time in the black outfit. Black bandana, black shirt, black pants. No red and yellow. No sense of color escaping from him whatsoever. And cutting the promo with Dean Gene and getting the stuff thrown at him and saying, what are you going to do to everybody? And telling everybody they're going to take WCW down. That, for me, was cool because it was so different. And you never expected to see Hogan be a bad guy. And you thought maybe that Bash at the Beach was all a dream. But it wasn't. It was real, and it was in your face. And then, of course, a week later, the big attack that the Outsiders pulled, where they threw Mysterio into the side of the building like a lawn dart. They attacked Arn Anderson, the American Males, like I said, Ray. They attacked everybody. And it was scary. But it was funny. Before we get to Jason Gallego's question, because my topic here kind of relates to his question, so I want to talk about it real quick. The recent firings in TNA. Petey Williams, Sanjay Dutt, Lance Hoyt, Lance Rock, whatever you call him, Jimmy Rave. Why? 3 X Division stars and, well, Lance Rock was just kind of there. But, 3 X Division guys. It's ridiculous. The X Division made TNA what it was over the last, now, 7 years. And it was the backbone of the company. Jason's question is, we all know TNA is lacking. One thing people that brought people into or brought people back to TNA was the X Division. They are getting rid of some of the great X Division talent, and the Motor City Machine Guns are a great tag team. So my question would be, should the Guns be a full-time tag team, and if so, do you think they should hire back some great X Division stars to make the X Division as big of a spectacle as it was 5 years ago? And if so, who should they hire to do it? His examples include Michael Shane, Matt Bentley, Austin Aries, who they've had, Kenta, Jerry Lynn, Kid Cash, Sean Waltman, Elix Skipper, and of course the Amazing Red. Yeah, why? A couple weeks ago, I was lambasted and bamboozled because I couldn't remember who the X Division champion was. It's Alex Shelley at the time. Alex Shelley, Chris Sabin, Black Machismo. Who else? Don't remember. Let's take a look. Since I have all the time I want because we have a full YouTube account back. Yay! Let's just see who is on the X Division. While it's doing that. Yeah, some of these guys you mentioned, Jason, I'd love to see Michael Shane back in TNA. I'd love to see Austin Aries back in TNA if he can keep his nose clean and not get suspended again. Kenta is a great talent. I love him. Jerry Lynn is, he's good. He's still very, very good for a guy his age. And that's the problem with Jerry Lynn. He's got the age thing against him now. He's fighting Father Time, unfortunately. Jerry Lynn is great. He's not as great as he once was, though. So, one will have to see. Kid Cash, why isn't he working for either company? Ridiculous that he's not hired right now. Hello, Kitty. Kitty is on camera with Jeff Meacham on Talk Wrestling. Oh, and there he goes back under. There she goes. There he goes. I don't know. There the cat goes back under the TV. The cat was coming up here for a second and making an appearance. It was funny. I'm waiting for Wikipedia to load, because Wikipedia is the most reliable thing I have when it comes to TNA roster. Anyway, we'll come back to TNA roster. We'll come back to that question. Let me move on to the next one. This is from Pedro. What's your all-time best tag team in wrestling? I think I've answered this before on the show. I don't remember, but I will answer it again because it's a good question. There have been many, many great tag teams in wrestling, and if I had to pick just one, I would have to go with my all-time favorite, the Dudleys. And I'm not talking, the Dudley stable in ECW, just Bubba Ray and Devon, or Brother Ray and Brother Devon now, Team 3D. You can't go wrong with success. 21 or 22, whatever it is, time World Tag Team Champions. They're the best ever. And yeah, they've lost it 22 times, but you know what? To come back and win it back 21 times or whatever it's been, that says that the promoter has faith in you, has faith that you will bring prosperity to the company, and you will help the company flourish. That is a sign of a good character, a good tag team, a good promotional outlet. And that's what the Dudleys Team 3D are. This is from Floyd Johnson. His screen name is Uncle YFS, no relation, and whatever else it says. I've been watching your show for a while, and I love it. This is the first question I've ever had. When do you think Arn Anderson will get into the WWE Hall of Fame? He was my favorite wrestler of all time, and I think Flair was at his best when Double A was by his side. We've seen Flair get inducted and had the big hurrah that he had last year before WrestleMania, and had the big goodbye after WrestleMania, of course. I think that it would be very fitting for not only Double A, but Barry Windham and Tully Blanchard, that group of the Horsemen, to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. That was the best group of the Horsemen that ever existed. Flair, Arn, Tully, and Barry Windham. Those guys deserve it, all four of them. Flair's already in. When Arn gets inducted, it should be Arn, Tully, and Barry at the same time. Three of them should go in together. The Horsemen should have a spot in the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, if they say it's the Horsemen in the Hall of Fame, then you have guys like Lex Luger in there, and Ole Anderson, Dean Malenko. Yeah, Dean Malenko's good. Steve McMichael, and can't even say his name. I've been trained so well I can't even say his name on the show anymore. Those horsemen deserve a shot in the Hall of Fame. I truly believe that, and time will tell whether they get the spot. This is from Luke. First of all, he says, "Thank God, I don't know how much more I could take of the Pennsylvania sensation." Dude, what's wrong with Greg Sherry's show? I like the whatever, I forgot the name of the show already. I'm sorry, Greg. But I like Greg's show. I thought it was very good. He meant it to be the successor to this show when I left, and he did a very good job of picking the mantle up. I applaud him for what he did. Luke wants to know, if TNA could sign one superstar from WWE, who would it be and why? If TNA could grab one guy from WWE. Right now, based on age, experience, talent, all that, if I was TNA, I would go after... It's a good question. Makes me think. I would say go after Randy Orton or John Cena. This is from... Oh, man, they didn't put a real name. I'm sorry. It looks like 2 1s, AJ... I'm assuming it's just AJ. Because it's got like 2 1s like this, and then it's got AJ in the middle. I'm assuming it's just AJ. We'll go with that. How do you feel the new show WWE Superstars will work out, because some cable providers don't carry it? Yeah, WWE Superstars, it's a totally new show from the original WWF Superstars. It's on WGN, and it's supposed to be this whole brand new concept for WWE. They're going to have some, I guess, first-run matches on the Chicago-based network, WGN America. And a lot of cable providers don't carry WGN. That's going to hurt WWE in the long run. But I think that it will benefit them to have another show just to showcase their talent more, and to open them up to people that necessarily don't watch WWE on, USA or My Network TV or on Sci-Fi. That new network will provide them with more of a broader audience. Even though it's carried in limited areas of the country, you'll still see a broader audience, and you may see better ratings in those areas for that show. I promised myself I wouldn't bring back the face palm or whatever the hell it was, question of the week. But this is it. A Cubs fan, 89, I don't know, I can't read it. Real names, people. Real names, people. I'm going to break Aaron's desk. Sorry, Aaron. Will Jack Swagger be WWE champion in a year's time? No. Will he be ECW champion in a month's time? No. Will he be champion in my eyes ever? No. Christian should have beat him. He's terrible. He had a good match with Christian and all that, but no. 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 This is from Hustle, Loyalty, Respects. And he's got the John Cena 12 rounds poster as his thing. Must be a John Cena fan. Just guessing. He's got a couple of questions. Actually, this one, Jim's Iceman is his name, apparently. Do you think that WWE will ever put Sting in the Hall of Fame? If Sting were to leave TNA and there was enough people campaigning for it, then yes, I do. The thing with Sting is he has never worked for WWE. But you know what? Neither did Vern Gagne. Neither did neither did a lot of the guys that are in the Hall of Fame now. Like Gordon Solie. Eddie Graham. Jack Briscoe. None of those guys ever worked for WWE. Jack may have. I take that back. Jack may have. When they sold Georgia Championship Wrestling. But Sting deserves a spot in the big Hall of Fame of the business. He was a huge part of the NWA and WCW in their heyday. He's a huge part of TNA now. He is a huge name in the industry's history, period. And he deserves a spot in the Hall of Fame. There's no question about that. This is from Eric Barnes. Noah's little butt buddy. The guy that didn't... No, wait, that was Eric something else that impersonated me. This is his new butt buddy, his different butt buddy. Why do you act like such a mark and kiss the wrestlers' arses so much when you do interviews? P.S. Noah Donish is better than you. Aaron, let me ask you this. And respond audibly so Noah can hear you. In the course of my interviews over the last, now, 6 years, have I ever once, at the time I was interviewing the wrestler, worn the t-shirt of that said wrestler?
You wore an ECW shirt.
That wasn't his shirt, though. That was a company t-shirt.
It was not.
It was, and that was for Rob, and Rob wore one too. When I interviewed him with the ECW shirt on. That was different. I did mark out for Rob Van Dam. I will personally admit to that.
You did not wear an NWO shirt for a Kevin Nash interview.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I mark out when I interview wrestlers all the time on camera? No. Off camera? You damn right. I got them to sign the little XMV things that we had when I did the XPW tapings. Everything. But the difference is, I now know, after years of doing this and experience behind me, that you put the show first, and then if there's time, you go, okay, let's be a mark for a few seconds. Can I have your autograph? This, that. And not to rub salt in a nasty wound, but, I'm going to do it because I'm going to get so much heat for this with somebody that I really cared for and that I really have respect for now. We've come to a terms of agreement. I wore an ECW shirt when I interviewed Rob, but at least I didn't ask him to smoke out in the back on the air. Aaron caught that on film. I wish you'd caught the turn down. That would have been the best ever. I'm sorry, Mike. Noah's just under my skin. Eric's under my skin. They're bugging me. Is Eric coming down with Noah?
No.
Where's Eric Barnes person? Does he even live up there with him?
East Coast.
He's East Coast. Come to SummerSlam, Eric. Please. Bastard. This one, I can't even read this one. The name cut off. It looks like Fallout. I guess a Fall Out Boy fan? I don't know. I know Fall Out Boy fans like wrestling. You learn something new every day on this show, people. That's why you watch Talk Wrestling, because you learn something new every time. They want to know, okay, I didn't read this question yet. It just came in the inbox. Something about John Graziano's dad. Okay, apparently the father of the child the kid who Nick Hogan hurt in the car accident has been arrested for plotting to kill his ex-wife by putting her in a car accident. This is kind of like not wrestling related, but it is because it involves the Hogan family. So I'm going to address it. You're an idiot! How can you possibly think you would get away with something like this? That's awesome. That is so funny that this guy thought he would get away with murder. And it's so funny that people make noise in my background when they think they won't get happen. You know, just because they got a pee bad. Get in there! Like I'll throw something at you like I do your man. I got him good last show. Why am I putting it here? I'm used to the camera in front of me. I got you good in the last show, didn't I? Yes, I did. Anyway. Yeah, Graziano's dad, it's hilarious to me that he thinks that, you know, I don't know if he's lost his mind since his son is now permanently debilitated, for lack of a better word. It's sad to watch, but it's funny at the same time, you know? It's I don't know. We got a celebration coming up. Next show. See, the thing is, Aaron, if we had done a show every week, we'd be way past this milestone by now. But we haven't. We've been a little sketchy. Next show is number 50. And Aaron and I have been talking. We think we're gonna invite a few guests onto the next show. Maybe have a roundtable discussion. Maybe just go out and play at a theme park or something. Go do something fun. Because Aaron's house gets a little stuffy after a while. We need a little air. And I do this after work during the week, and I want to go out on a Saturday and do something because, you know, I gotta go home. Then I gotta go home and take care of Dylan after this, and come here from work where I don't make any sales and I'm not making any money, and everything's frustrating. And this stuff like this happens where I get pissed off at people. I need a fun show. So next show, we're gonna have a fun show. 51, I'll go back to tell McAvoy to go fuck himself. 51, I'll tell Noah, please come to SummerSlam. 51, I'll address the stupid questions and the facepalm question and everything else. But for episode 50, we're going to have a little fun. So don't miss that. Oh, the email, huh? I almost forgot. I have a new email. I have a new email that I set up specifically for this show on Yahoo. Because, well, my personal email has been flooded with emails, not just from spam and from crap, but from you guys trying to ask me a question for the show. Here it is. Aaron, right here in front of me. Talk Wrestling, No DQ at yahoo.com. That's the Yahoo email from now on. Talk Wrestling, No DQ at yahoo.com. Follow the bouncing ball. That's what the Yahoo email is. You can also reach me, of course, at myspace.com/Jeff Meacham. If you can't get into my email, myspace.com/Aaron Rift. You'll find the show there. YouTube.com/NoDQ&AV. And, of course, the best wrestling website of all time, NoDQ.com. 10 years and counting. Dun, dun, dun. We're already planning the 15-year anniversary of NoDQ.com. The XMV reunion once again. Of course, I'll be the only one there because I'm the only one that actually kept things in order for that. What was that, Beth? A 5-hour tape? You remember that, right? Yeah. We'll see you next time for a fun episode of Talk Wrestling number 50.
Now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert, and this is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone he coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mite or a Squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potentials.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
I can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better, or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills, to me, really stand out and separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special man.
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this very, very special episode of Renegade Wrestling. I am JJ Williams, your host. I am being joined at this time by Jade. I'll have Statboy on in a little bit, as well as Jeff Meacham. We are here tonight because they did it. The Kings won the Cup. They are the 2012 Stanley Cup champions. Just go ahead and cover your face there. 2012 Stanley Cup champions. Jade is being censored right now. Shout out to my mom and my stepdad Chuck for buying me the shirt. I told you I'd get it on the show.
Almost like me to do it.
It's just been a crazy and emotional night. What was it like sitting here at home watching it?
I grabbed Dylan. I was like, "We did it, baby!" And just started blubbering. He's like, "Why are you crying, Mommy?" And I'm like, "I'm happy." They did it, and your boy did it. You know, my boy did it. Jeff's boy did it. Oh my God! It was
Do you
awesome.
think there was any surprise with Quick getting the MVP?
Oh no, not at all. He's been awesome.
Yeah. With the exception of the last two games, Game 4 and Game 5.
He was tired.
You know, he was definitely in a bit of a slump there, but
He
you know,
was tired.
every
I'm sorry.
home game the crowd was chanting MVP when his little baby face would pop up on the screen there, because they knew that he was the man.
Speaking of baby faces, did you see anything of the news or anything?
No, I was inside.
Oh my God! During the
Celebration?
No, not the celebration. Where they talked to him. The
Interviews?
I guess not the interviews, but where the news talks to him.
Press conference.
Thank you.
Okay. We were gonna get there eventually, folks. See, this is the good part about Jade talking right now, is because she saw the television version, we saw the live version.
But no, they had Quick and the coach.
Mm-hmm.
And Quick, God bless him, his little daughter was coming in and out in back of him trying to get his attention. He kept on having to pick her up and she's sitting there, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. He was just like, ah.
Not to go back to wrestling, but that reminds me of the massive interview we did with Vintage Dragon after he just went to belt and his daughter kept starting to run into the camera shot. But, you know, today is a proud moment for Kings fans. 45 years they've been waiting for this.
I'm still crying.
You know, we all wish it could have been Game 4 because that was to the day, the birth date of the Kings.
Oh, that would have been so awesome.
But, you know,
we did it.
We did it in the end regardless.
Oh, God.
Anything else you want to say before we send you off and bring in the next person?
Go, Kings, go. Go, Kings, go. We did it. Woo!
Alright. Thank you, Jade.
Bye. Yay.
Be careful getting down.
I know, right?
Don't kill yourself. Alright, next guest at this time, the bandwagon hopper himself.
Truly admitted, but never duplicated.
Statboy, welcome.
What's up, brother? What's up, Renegade?
Thank you for coming onto the show for the celebration.
That's right, that's right.
Now, how much of the game did you get to see? Because I know the way your work schedule works, you usually get home very late. Did you get home in time for the celebration? Did you get to catch any of the game?
Basically, I got off work. It was about 6:15. I was backstage at work, and it was just getting into the first intermission report.
Okay.
And I saw the boarding penalty on Scuderi, which was the penalty was well deserved on the devil side.
Yes, the 5-minute major.
5-minute major. That
pretty much made the game for us.
Oh yes, I mean, I saw his nose. I saw how cut it was. I'm thinking, my God, that thing has to be broken, which you confirmed when you came home. So let's hope that heals properly. Then I saw that the score was 3-0, and it's like, I do what I always do. It's like, they got this. I ain't gotta worry about it. They got this.
It's never over till it's
I
over.
know,
Me and Jeff were talking about that on the train, and he started getting a bunch of tweets and texts like, can we start celebrating now? And it's like, no. D3 taught us that a team can come back from a 9-0 deficit and still tie the game.
Right. So I just said, and I figured I might as well just head home. So I came home and I went to, here's a cheap plug, the Beach Club over by the Ralphs there on the near the VA.
Okay.
And as soon as I walked in the door, I look at the score. It's 6-1. It's like with 1 minute left to go, and it's like the crowd. It's like, come on, It's like started pumping up the crowd. And about 30 seconds in, they started a little Go King Go, and at 15, I go, all right, start the countdown. They counted it down. The final buzzer hits, and it's just like screaming and whistles and everything. And I saw as much as NBC would allow to show of the celebration there.
It's interesting that you brought up, the 1 minute to go, because we actually got footage of that from inside the arena. Take a second. I'm gonna throw to that right now. Check this out. Like you said, man, the crowd was hot. They were into it. The crowd was alive. It was an electricity that I had never felt inside of an arena, even at a wrestling event.
And then they came out with the Conn Smythe.
Yes, Conn Smythe trophy.
And it's like, we're saying, give it to Quick. You got no. We knew Quick was gonna get it. He deserved it.
I was going to ask you the same thing. Was there ever a doubt in your mind that it was going to go to anybody other than Quick?
No. Even if the Kings had even not won the cup, they still would have given it to Quick. That's happened before in the NHL.
Because I know a lot of our fans were saying, do you think Kopi deserves to be the MVP? It was like, as great as Kopi is, Quick's the one that's made the team this year.
I mean, he's a wall. I mean, for however young he is, he's a big guy. And then, the cup comes out, and I did notice that when Simone Gagne had it, it looked like he almost dropped it. And it's like, no!
There were a couple of people that looked like they were about to drop it.
Who else did?
I don't remember. I was so caught up in the moment, trying to fight back tears myself.
And so, I was kind of saying, let save the best for last, let Quick hold it last, but he got a hold of it, and you know, the last thing I saw was Nolan with the cup, and then after that I just bailed. So, you know, I mean, good job to the Kings. You know, it's no secret I am bandwagon hopping, no doubt. But
at least you admit it.
At
There's
least I'm
going to be a
gonna
lot of
admit it.
fans
Oh, yeah.
out there that are going to bandwagon hop, that are going to try and pretend like they've been down since day one.
And
at least you've got the balls enough to come on camera live via Memorex and admit it.
And I wouldn't mind to see this, but I want to see back-to-back next year. How about that? Let's keep the cup in LA. That's what I really want to see. So
it's always possible.
It is, you know.
It's always possible.
The-
They're going to have to keep that momentum going, and they're just going to have to come out playing strong at the start of the season. Show people why they need to fear them.
The first number 8 ranked team to win the Stanley Cup. There's your there's your
Stat Boy
cheap stab.
approved.
Stat Boy approved.
All right, man. Thank you very much for joining us. All right. Once again, thank you to Stat Boy for joining us. The last guest at this time needs no introduction. Probably the most diehard fucking Kings fan that I've ever met. 29 years he's been waiting for this. Jeff, come on in.
Yay!
Boys did it, man.
I don't know what the fuck to say. Damn it, I was trying so hard not to do this in front of the people because they're going to make fun of me, bastards.
If they make fun of you, man, then you can just go on Facebook and rip them.
Ain't about that, man. Alright, you know what?
Do you need help? Do you need
No,
do you need to hold anything here?
I got it. Explode.
It's not going to explode.
I can't even twist this thing.
Let me see.
Alright, go ahead, Stab Boy.
Whoa. It's not exploding.
It's just fresh.
There you go.
Silver bullet knocked my head.
That smells good.
I bet it does.
That's like a shot glass, dude. You should be...
Alright.
We should
Take
got
a
some...
sip from the cup. There you go, baby.
Can I
He's
get,
been
can I
waiting
get
to
one
do
of those?
that since 1993 when he bought that Stanley Cup, when they almost had it the first time.
Back then would have been Martin Ellis, though.
Yeah, that's true. You
You're
would've been
younger.
underage.
You're younger back then.
You'd have been underage, but, you know.
Alright, well, I'm
taking a drink from the cup. That's the moment I'm trying to think
I'm
of.
going...
Pass that around.
Later, Stat Boy, later. Talk about what this means to finally get to see your boys silence the naysayers.
I have this theory that they knew that I wasn't in the building Wednesday night. That I was stuck down at the street with that crazy Hooters crowd. Because my grandma went in my dad's seat and they won. And then my little brother, God bless him, they went to Game 4. You guys went to Game 4. You went with Teresa.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't do it. And they went to Jersey. And they didn't do it. And
the night that it was your turn, they did it.
I can't even talk.
Go
Jeff
figure.
lost for words.
Jeff Meacham is speechless. The great and powerful Oz, if you will, is speechless here.
Yeah, pay attention to the man behind the beard.
I was going to say, let's put the t-shirt up in front of you, maybe then you can talk better.
Yeah, right, seriously. I am so... Joy. This is the second greatest day of my life.
You were telling me on the train, you haven't cried this much since
I haven't
when?
cried this much since we brought Dylan home from the hospital. Because he was in there for 2 weeks, and we didn't know we were going to bring him home. And they gave us that news that morning, and we got to take him home. And I've been through breakups, I've been through hellacious things in the last 4 years and everything, and I have not cried this fucking much. Tears of joy, anyway. My dad... You guys have all met my dad at some point or other, Jade especially. He does not cry. The man does not cry.
The man barely shows emotion. I usually look over where they're sitting from my seat, and this is my impression of Jeff's dad during the game.
Yeah, exactly. Sits there just stone-faced and just right there.
Tonight, he was on his feet, spinning his rally towel. He was the most animated I had ever seen him. You'd think he was a Disney audio animatronic. Seriously, the way he was getting down there.
We were both bawling, but by the time the 5-minute mark hit, it was over. Okay, sip beer, I don't give a shit.
What kind of beer is it there?
That's a silver bullet, motherfuckers, right there. I will shield for Coors Light. I know Redneck Island is sponsored by Miller Lite now because Stone Cold drinks that stuff, but you know, I'm drinking a silver bullet tonight. I don't care. Just to all of you guys that have watched the shows the last 2 months and jumped on the bandwagon with me, thank you.
To all the naysayers.
To all the naysayers, naysay all you want.
At the end of the day, we did it.
It says it all right here. This House of Ink in Venice. If y'all watch this show, I'm probably gonna get this tattooed on me right here. This little logo set right here. 'Cause this shit's bitching. I love it.
It's gonna take
I'm
a while.
gonna ask you the same thing I asked Jade and Statboy. Was there ever any doubt that Quick was gonna get the MVP?
No. The minute that little midget Bettman stepped out there with the con spot, all right, let's give it to Quick. Move on. Let's get the Stanley Cup out. Where's my cup? There it is, right here. Bring out the big boy, because the Conn Smythe was a given. It's going to Quick no matter who won this series. Even if the Devils pull it out on Wednesday, if we actually went back to Jersey, Quick was MVP of this whole series. Even if the Devils came back from a 3-0. Quick was the man.
Yeah.
And I heard you say he was in a slump the last 2 games. It was a rough last couple games.
Yeah.
For everybody.
I mean, I actually had my doubts as to whether or not they would start Quick tonight because he had such a bad Game 4 and Game 5. I thought that maybe they'd stick Bernier in there and see if he could close it out.
Well, you know, it really wasn't. I beg to differ as far as a really bad Game 4 and 5. It just
Game 4 was horrid.
Game 4 was horrid, but at the end of the day, it was only 2 goals. And yes, that one goal where he ventured into the frickin' promised land out there instead of being in the damn pipe, so I'll give you that one.
And that was something you and I talked about.
Oh, we did. And at the end of the day, he has been our shining star since October.
Yeah.
And there was no doubt in anybody's mind that he would be the MVP. He should win the goddamn Hart Trophy for the MVP of the whole season. He will win the Vezina Trophy for Goalie of the Year. If he doesn't, I'm going to go up to the Hall of Fame and start kicking some ass. But it's like, it says it all. Stanley Cup champions. And I'm probably not going to sleep right for a couple of days.
At least until the parade?
At least until the parade on Thursday, absolutely.
There is talk that they might go to Disneyland too.
Good.
If
the LA Kings are watching this and you go to Disneyland, stop by Toontown and visit Statboy. He'll either be in Pluto's Doghouse,
That's right.
Daisy's Diner, or Clarabelle's.
Clarabelle's.
Go over there, find the horrendous 70s porn star mustache, and tip your Stanley Cup championship hats to Statboy for jumping on your bandwagon.
And then of course they have to.
You're a woman.
Yeah,
that's right.
And then of course they get to go to the White House too.
There we go.
Yeah.
Obama gets a Kings jersey with a 1 on it. And he had to say "Go Kings Go" because he's a Chicago fan.
Yep.
I don't know if I said this on air or not, but I know I said it to, I believe, Chuck when we were up there for the pool party for Game 2. When I went to my first game this season, I felt something special in the air with the team. That was my first professional hockey game ever this season for the Kings.
As far as NHL level, yeah.
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 And the first season I started going to games, they wouldn't fucking cut.
You are a good luck charm, my friend. You and Pia Toscana.
You know, I don't know if I want to take all that credit, because you know me, I'm not a superstitious guy.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I just feel proud that I was able to be there from beginning of the season to end of season and watch them overcome the odds.
And I feel proud that our freezer got this beer cold enough in time for you. God bless our freezer. Our refrigerator may be shit, but our freezer still works, damn it.
There we go.
Good stuff.
Alright, so for this very special edition of Renegade of Wrestling, I am JJ Williams. I want to thank Jade, Statboy, and of course you, Jeff Meacham, for coming on the show. We're going to throw to the footage I shot of the celebration with the presentation of the Conn Smythe Trophy and the presentation of the cup. That's how we're going to wrap up this episode.
And if y'all are not fighting back tears, y'all have no souls. And I cried, and I'm a ginger. I'm supposed to be soulless.
There we go.
I cried.
We'll see you here tomorrow on the channel with RSI, and be sure that you're on the lookout for us this Thursday, live via Memorex from Long Beach Clothing Company, 4218 Atlantic Avenue. We will be there with our No Way Out predictions.
God help Long Beach Clothing Company.
here's the footage of the trophy presentations. We'll see you next time.
Now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the stat boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. And a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Casa D18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show. The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
Ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and children of all ages, this is the very chilly episode of Chicks on Wrestling. I am your hostess, Pinky. This is
the very cold Jade Hogan.
Dude, really? Is that necessary? No. Well, this is the shush. This is the prediction show. I almost said the other one for this Sunday's pay-per-view presented by WWE TLC. Oh my god. Hopefully it's a lot better than TNA's.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Before we get to our predictions, we actually have a fan question.
Really?
Yeah.
Yay.
Hooray.
I like fan questions.
So do I. This comes from a fan who actually condemned us to death as of January 2nd, 2013. Nappy1987. What are you doing?
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Totally, this person condemned.
What the fuck?
Shush, girl. Okay, this question came to us from YouTube. Hey chicks, do you think you can make a vid on WWE superstars that you'd rather see in Hollywood movie than in the wrestling ring? Dude!
Oh, damn.
Where have you been? Where have you been? A lot of WWE superstars have been in movies than wrestling rings stuff. Okay, if you really want to get technical with it, we just saw the return of Cody Rhodes, so I think he was off doing it with that.
Was it?
Yeah.
Is that why he had the stupid
He might have. Or he basically went across country to go see Joey Ryan, I don't know.
Oh.
But,
CM or CM?
I hope it's just CM, like, hey, homie.
Yeah.
Hey, homie,
Joey
what's
is
up?
kind of sleazy, you know.
Dude, let's not go there yet. We need to go there next, we need to go in there next shit's episode. Anyway, as far as wrestlers we like to see in the Hollywood movie, you already got Randy Orton doing Reloaded.
I think so.
What is that?
Marine?
Yeah. No, 12 rounds Reloaded.
12 rounds, that's right.
Really?
Same movie.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so we got him. We already had Teddy DiBiase in the Marine 3?
2.
Yeah, 2, whatever.
Miz was 3.
Yeah, whatever. It shows you how forgettable it is.
I don't even like the Miz, and I remember that.
So? I didn't care if it was stupid.
Well, they're both 1 and 2 are baby daddy's mine, so. Gee, I wonder why I remember them.
Yeah, I only had
Even though
one,
I couldn't
so.
stand the second one, which was Ted DiBiase, and oh my god. Really? It was horrible.
I'm not in that. We already had Kane and Cena.
There was a mini movie review for y'all. If you remember when I was doing those, back in the day. I'm sorry, I'm totally being a smartass right now.
You're a dork. I'm so not in this one, y'all. Actually, I would love to see Taker do his own movie. Like, I don't know what I would call it, but Dead Man Walking, the Evolution of a Dead Man.
What it's called.
What?
You're a dead man, Ramsey. She's so gonna kill me right now. I'm not gonna have a career.
If anybody remember that horrid line where that came from, she is not to tell you, but go ahead and leave the answer in the comic box.
You guys actually know
where that disgusting, horrid, atrocious line came from. Oh my god. Really?
You're a dead man, Ramsey. She's gonna kill me. Help.
Okay, so thank you, Nappy1987, for your question. And, next time I just felt like I needed to say this. Do your research before condemning us to death. We didn't do it. Are you saying that because you're riding on Jeff's, attack?
Ooh.
Swinging, dangling from tree to tree, limb to limb, hair to hair. What are you doing? You totally need to stop that. That was just not cute. Do your research. What?
I went swing when you
what? Oh! Moving on!
She totally is not catching on.
I don't feel like it
tonight.
right now. I'm being... Shut up. We have the... I'm just going to go in order where I feel like it. The World Heavyweight Championship match. Big Show versus Sheamus in a ladders match. As we saw on SmackDown the other evening, during Sheamus' main event match against Antonio Cesaro, here comes the Big Show with William Regal. Beats William Regal with the chair and ends the show. So, yeah, this is actually a chair match. I thought I said ladder match. This is a chair match. Whatever. Should have been a ladders match. Big Show don't do well on the ladders. But
shouldn't even be a match.
I'm gonna be good about this. I really don't know who I'm gonna pick, so I'll just pick Big Show to retain because he hasn't really had a long title reign in quite some time. So, what about you?
It shouldn't even be a match. But if I have to pick one, I guess I'm gonna pick Big Show.
Yeah, I'm just over this whole thing. Kofi Kingston versus Wade Barrett in the Intercontinental Championship match. It is time for a new Intercontinental Champion. I am so sick of Kofi Kingston. You're making me crazy. I'm so sick of Kofi Kingston. You're making me crazy.
Wow.
I just gave you my pick. Wade Barrett. It is time for a new champion. Somebody that I can be proud of. Woo! And the Bear Barrage. You know. Garb. And yeah.
She's totally expecting me to pick Kofi. But I'm not going to do it. Wade.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Because,
Why?
like her, I actually agree there needs to be a new champion.
I'm tired
I
of
love me some Kofi, but yeah, no, Wade. Better.
And it's time for a new champion because Kofi, you're getting stale.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, you are.
She did.
So? I said it. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Your character's getting stale. You're getting stale. You are annoying. Please go home, recoup, rest, make us miss you, then come back. Heal this time perfectly. What? It's the truth, yo. Okay, we have Antonio Cesaro versus R-Truth for the United States title.
Antonio.
I'm gonna go with R-Truth on this one.
Huh?
Antonio's been running his mouth that no American can beat me. Well, R-Truth did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, so. For that simple fact, I think R-Truth is out of mid-card hell. I'm just gonna pick R-Truth, so. What? It's the truth. Oh my god. Rey Mysterio, Sin Car versus Team Rhodes. Get off me. Team Rhodes Scholars. Considering how great Team Rhodes Scholars looked this past Friday, except for
I was gonna say, please.
Cody Rhodes' porno mustache. Have you been hanging out with Joey Ryan? What the hell? Oh my god. Oh, I hate that mustache.
Maybe he's a fan of Stat Boys.
Really?
He's got the whole, mustache.
It looks better.
Now he doesn't, but...
Wait a minute. I'm not really staring at Stat Boy all like that, but Stat Boy's mustache looks better than Cody's. Cody's mustache looks like, man, he's ready for a 70s porno with some cheap horror music. I'm just saying. Do something with that mustache, Cody. I want the baby face back, not the baby face. But I like the face, even though it looked like your neck threw up still. Sorry.
You're not supposed to look manly. You're supposed to look cute.
Cute? His neck threw up. Oh.
She doesn't think it.
No, I don't.
I like to smile.
Of course you do.
He's got dimples.
Yeah, in his neck.
No.
Yeah. Okay, for the sake of sheer posterity. Shut up. I'm actually gonna go with Team Rhodes Scholars. They are pretty dang good in the ring, and
can we differ tonight?
No, probably not. Team Rhodes Scholars, because they're like amazing, and I really wish we could teach Stat Boy how to do a cartwheel. So no, but in honor of Stat Boy and the fact that I actually like Damien Sandow, almost said Sandow. Sandow in the ring. I'm gonna go Team Rhodes Scholars. Okay, cool. We'll go Team Rhodes Scholars. Oh my god. Okay, something that just got thrown up on WWE.com today. Oh my god. Santa's Little Helper #1 contenders Battle Royal for the Divas title.
That's great.
Thank you. If it ain't Caitlyn, it better be Natalya. That's all I'm saying. Those are my picks.
Yep.
If it ain't Caitlyn, better be Natalya. If it's Oksana,
Because
I'll cheer.
girls that are actually relevant lately.
Alicia Fox is relevant. And her mink, something else she probably didn't kill. Anyway. John Cena versus Dolph Ziggler. Ladder match. for the Money in the Bank contract. Really?
I think it's gonna end up Cena, but I don't want it to be. I want it to be Dolph.
I'm going with Dolph Ziggler on this one. It would be nice for him to keep it till Mania, cash it in, and do what John Cena couldn't do. Win.
Oh.
What?
Nothing.
Not my fault John Cena cashed in Money in the Bank last year. Ain't my fault. That simple-minded, muscle-bound something or other cashed in Money in the Bank and lost. Not my fault. Creative. Not my fault. And Team, excuse my French family in Chicago, Team Hell No, and Ryback versus The Shield in the TLC match. God help me. Okay, I'm so sick of Team Hell No and Ryback. I'm gonna go with The Shield because I know Dean Ambrose and Seth Rollins.
We're gonna agree on everything.
Score.
Damn it.
Yay. I actually like that.
What's some difference?
Nope. I like what The Shield can do. Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, and Roman Reigns. Hallelujah, let it rain over here. Is all I'm saying. Noise. And he can talk on mic too. Them dang Annoy boys.
Yeah, he can.
So those are our predictions.
Wow. Predictions.
Yeah, whatever she said. For this Sunday's pay-per-view, presented by WWE, TLC, let there be some pain, blood, guts, gore, tables, ladders, and chairs. Oh my!
I want to do that again. I saw that, 2 nights ago.
Why you gotta ruin it for me, man? You suck. I'm Pinky. This is whatever, and this is. Tell people who you is. We can go.
Jade Hogan.
Whatever, and we'll check you later and check some wrestling on YouTube.com/Renegade Wrestling and on Unlimited Radio 24/7.net.
Mouthful.
Bye.
Bye.
Ready.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way. And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Here we go again!
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from NoDQ.com.
Boom, 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 blah, blah, whatever. Welcome, everyone, to NoDQ&A video here on NoDQ.com. I am the owner of NoDQ Aaron Rift, and I've just received a text from the anonymous Raw GM. Let's see what he says here. Oh, okay. The anonymous Raw GM, the former anonymous Raw GM, I should say, wants to remind everyone to go to NoDQ.com this weekend, Sunday night, for TNA Bound for Glory coverage. The best coverage you're going to find anywhere on the internet, NoDQ.com. With that, let's get right down to your questions. Hey Aaron, what did you think of the Brawl for All, and do you think they planned out who would win the tournament? The Brawl for All was an interesting experiment by WWE. The matches were not planned out, obviously. It was a shoot, and the whole idea behind it was to try to make a star out of Dr. Death Steve Williams. He had a reputation for being one of the toughest guys in the WWE locker room, and they thought that he would have a good chance of winning it. It was kind of like a tough man competition. But what ended up happening was Bart Gunn shocked the world and knocked out Dr. Death Steve Williams, and that was pretty much the end for Steve Williams in WWE. He came back briefly, but he never really recovered after that. And then, of course, Bart Gunn went on to WrestleMania 15 and got knocked out by Butterbean in 90 seconds, which was quite hilarious and sad. I was entertained by the Brawl for All, but, it was just an experiment that didn't really work out that well for WWE in the long run. But it did make for some interesting television, that's for sure. Hey, Aaron, I think the new CM Punk look for the Best in the World gimmick is pretty cool, but I would love to see CM Punk bring back his ROH look with the dirty blonde hair and basketball shorts to the WWE. What do you think about that idea? I think that idea sucks, because does he really want to look like some indie geek? He looks like a mainstream professional wrestler. Wait a minute, I just got another text from the former Raw GM, the anonymous Raw GM. Let's see. He agrees with me. He also thinks that CM Punk has the best look right now and should not go back to his cheesy indie gimmick or whatever he used to do. Would kids really stop watching WWE if John Cena turned heel? The funny thing is, I think it would be the opposite of what WWE is afraid of. WWE is worried that if John Cena was to turn heel, that kids would be alienated, they would lose interest, and merchandise sales would drop off. But I think the opposite. I think that kids would get interested in John Cena being a heel because he'd be a rebel, and they'd probably still buy his merchandise, and they'd actually sell more merchandise. I think as much as women and children love John Cena, eventually, and maybe even now, they're starting to get sick of the same old character each and every week, just like the men. I mean, we're all human. We all get tired of the same thing after a while. So I do not think people would stop watching, especially kids, if John Cena turned heel. So I really think WWE needs to take that risk. But, I get this question asked constantly about John Cena turning heel. It's WWE's decision, and they don't really want to take any unnecessary risks. So perhaps someday it'll happen, but yeah, I get that question asked at least 10 times a day. Why are WWE storylines so rushed recently? Well, they're rushed because WWE always is changing plans. And I think the problem here is that they see the internet as harmful to their product in terms of spoilers getting out and that sort of thing. A perfect example would be around 2009, early 2009, when they were doing that Jeff Hardy Mystery Attacker storyline. And the plan was for Christian to come in and feud with Jeff Hardy and be revealed as the attacker. But when it got leaked out on the internet, WWE decided to change plans and have Matt Hardy be the attacker, and then Christian would just take Matt Hardy's spot on ECW. And that's just the way it is with WWE. They think that something's too predictable, or they think that it's already leaked out on the internet, so they change plans, and they change plans again and again, and Vince McMahon doesn't like something, and it's just kind of a mess. Like I've said on previous videos, they really need to try to work on coming up with a solid plan and just going with it. And if it leaks out to the internet, so be it. Just let it play out. Let it make sense. I'd rather have something be a little bit predictable but make sense than to just do just random shit just for the sake of it, just so it's unpredictable. That's kind of like what the TNA philosophy has been over the last several years. The Vince Russo philosophy is it cannot be at all predictable. It has to be unpredictable 100% of the time. But the problem is you turn guys heel with no reasoning. You turn guys face with no reasoning. This happens for no reason. That happens for no reason. And it's just a mess. Where do you rank the Triple H Randy Orton feud in 2009 in the history of the best feuds of all time? Probably somewhere around 78 to 79, because I don't consider that even close to the top feuds of all time. I thought it was a decent feud. I liked when Randy Orton gave Stephanie the DDT. That was a good segment to build up the WrestleMania match, but everything else about it I thought was lame. I thought that segment where Triple H went to Randy Orton's home and Orton had the fake wife, and it was kind of like a PG knockoff of some of the earlier WWE storylines, like Steve Austin going to Brian Pillman's house. It was just a cheap imitation of something they did in the past, and yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that feud. And the match at WrestleMania was just a match. I mean, they had to follow Shawn Michaels versus Undertaker, and that was going to be impossible. And yeah, just that feud was disappointing, I guess you could say. Huge fan of your show. I wanted to know, why was it when Randy Savage died, he only got like a 30-second video, and how come he didn't get the time like Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero? Well, I think for two reasons. Number one, he wasn't an active member of the WWE roster at the time of his death. Number two is the personal heat there's been between Vince McMahon and Randy Savage. For whatever reason, Vince didn't want to go out of his way to acknowledge Savage's accomplishments and achievements in WWE. And to this day, we still don't know what the whole deal was between Savage and McMahon. So it was just unfortunate, but yeah, I think if Savage had come back to WWE and had gone in the Hall of Fame, perhaps he would have gotten a bigger and better tribute. But because guys like Eddie Guerrero died while he was on the active roster, it was a different situation. They had to do this big tribute for him. Do you have any idea what's up with Vader? I haven't seen or heard anything about him since his brief run at Taboo Tuesday in 2005. I think Vader has just been working on the international scene in Japan and just doing those kind of gigs. I remember when he came back, around Taboo Tuesday. I was at the Raw in Anaheim before Taboo Tuesday, and he came out. He was out of shape, and when he got out of the ring, he actually fell down on his ass, and I'm not sure if it got on TV. I think like very briefly you could see it, but yeah, I think at that point they just decided that he was too much out of shape and too old to be a regular member of the roster. He was pissed. Like when he fell, he got up and he was like he was cursing, and he was really upset. And yeah, it's just unfortunate because he knew that was probably gonna be the nail in the coffin for him, so to speak. Do you think Kane's character was ruined when he was unmasked? Absolutely not. I think his character was getting just a little bit stale with the mask. He had been doing it for 5 or 6 years, around 2003. And it was just something different. And he really, I think his character evolved, and it became into something more. And taking off the mask allowed him to add a new dimension to his character that wasn't there before. We finally got to hear him speak on a regular basis, and with his facial expressions and everything. I liked it a lot. I thought it was the right thing to do, to unmask him and let him change up his character a little bit. And now I'd like to see him maybe go back to the mask, as I mentioned before, maybe to end his career, have him end it the way it started. So we'll see what happens there. That about does it for No DQ&A video. Episode 50 is coming up. So if you would like to have a question answered on episode 50, go to NoDQforums.com, go to the No DQ&A forum, and submit your question there. You can just put the subject line question for No DQ&A 50, and I'll check it out. And the more posts you have, the better the chance you'll have of me answering the question. So go on there, start posting, start interacting with fans. And on that note, we'll see you next time for No DQ&A video. here on NoDQ.com.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the stat boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. And a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Casa D18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show. The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
Here again. Another week has gone by. This is the next episode of Stat Boy Rants. That's me. We're on episode 49. We're one more away from a milestone. That'd be the big 50. Almost didn't want to do a show today because honestly I had nothing. Fans, you're slipping. Now I appreciate the other stuff on the top 10 list. Those are some good topics. You will see those in the coming weeks. But I need individual topics because believe me, I honestly almost didn't want to do a show today. Then I started watching TNA when I came home from work. And I am not liking TNA very much. I am so far behind, it's like Renegade had to explain to me this whole AJ Dixie Carter love triangle whatever soap opera drama stuff. It's like, really? Dixie Carter's a married woman and she's supposedly having an affair with AJ Styles. Can they get any worse? Oh yes, they've hired Brooke Hogan as part of the Knockouts. I mean, come on. This is Hulk Hogan digging TNA into the ground. I'm waiting for Vince McMahon to call up Dixie and say, "You want to sell? I've got the money." That's what I'm waiting for, you know, and then buy all the contracts, and then you'll finally get to see Sting in a WWE ring, and then he can go into the Hall of Fame legitimately too, because he's already on the WWE website, you know. But he still hasn't wrestled in WWE. That'd be nice, you know. We could have Sting and Flair again if Flair decides to jump ship back over and come home where he belongs. That's what I'm thinking anyway. You know? And if you've been following Joey Ryan at Joey Ryan Online, there you go. There's your plug, Joey. They showed some footage that I was a little bit surprised at. That happened after Gut Check had aired. You know, Joey's in the back ranting on Taz and all that, and here comes Al Snow out of nowhere, and he starts playing the general or whatever, and it's like, am I seeing Al Snow get angry? I've never seen Al Snow get angry or stern or I can't buy it, you know. And then he drags Joey off by his neck. Like Joey's a stray dog or something, you know, because that's what you do to animals when they, like, you know, you're not supposed to do that to animals, but I mean, so let's see, Joey, you've made Taz pretty upset at yourself, and now Al Snow is leading you. You should have decked both of them. What would you had to lose? Nothing. You should have decked him. I've seen Joey in the ring, you know, and when he's in a match and he's in the moment, you know, he gets pretty ticked off. So I would have said just go off and deck him. Joey also has he got a video and a YouTube account, and he went on his own rant, which I actually watched. And if you haven't seen this video, you're living in a cave. And, you know, everything he's saying, he's speaking from here. And, you know, the promoters or the executives or whatever they are, they need to listen to the fans. Because at the end of the day, it's what the fans say that helps the money come in or whatever. You know what I'm trying to get at here. It's frustrating, honestly, you know. I mean, the promoter goes one way, the fans go the other. It's like, you know, I'm going to bring you in, and they're going to love you for what you've done in the past, and they show up and you hear crickets. Or you know, they totally suck or whatever. So, you know. Going on Raw last week, honestly, the only thing I really saw, because I didn't really watch Raw, was John Cena in the ring with Michael Cole stripped down to his boxers, having Diesel get away from the cup. Get away from the cup. We'll get to that later. I know you want to be part of it. I thank you, but we'll get to that later. Anyway, Michael Cole is stripped down to his boxers, getting barbecue sauce poured all over him, thanks to Jerry the King Lawler. I like it when they grab the microphone in the middle of the match and they do that. It's like, you go, gosh, if I had some barbecue sauce, I just happen to have 4 bottles. Make sure you mention it was JR's barbecue sauce. Thank you. Welcome. At JR's Barbecue on Twitter. JR's, how much does his barbecue sauce run? Because if ever this is like the greatest barbecue sauce ever made. I don't go out and I'm not a connoisseur of barbecue sauce, but I want to taste some of this barbecue sauce, and maybe I'll get a retweet out of it. That's another thing. Retweeting. I mean, I've said before in a previous rant that apparently retweeting is as similar to a handshake by a celebrity. I've tried to be retweeted from other people, and I'm failing miserably. So, what am I doing wrong? Put that in the comment box. Anyway.
You're not treating the right people.
Okay. Let's bring out the Stanley Cup mini-size version. Now, and of course, the rally towel. And this was Game 4. The cup was in the Staples Center. Unfortunately, it just wasn't brought out. But that's okay. It's okay, LA. Now, wrong bodily function, but still okay. Now, as much as I do, we want to see the Kings win the cup. We get that. Do we want to see it back home? Yes. Unfortunately, that means they have to lose Game 5, which we don't want. You do want it, but you don't. You want them to win the cup, but you want them to win at home. I read in the paper about the Game 4 write-up that Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa and LAPD chief, or the LA commander-in-chief, or what, no, not commander-in-chief, that's the president, whatever the head chief guy is,
Chief of Police and the Commissioner, I'm sure.
thank you, made the announcement that if you do not have business at LA Live, or you did not have tickets at Staples Center, to stay away from Los Angeles. Dear Mayor Villaraigosa, what the hell are you thinking? Do you not realize that this would be 45 years of a long-term party that hasn't happened yet? The Angelinos want to party. This is something they are known to do. Telling them to not come into their own town is like putting a giant steak in the middle of the city when everyone is hungry. That's like saying there's $1 million in the middle of Los Angeles and you can't grab it. As long as the fans behave themselves, everything will be fine. Yes, Renegade.
I believe the reason he did that. I'm going out on a limb here. Renegade of Wrestling. JJ Williams here. I know I'm going to catch shit for this comment, but fuck it. I catch shit anyways.
Yes, you do.
Believe the reason he went there is because he was afraid that the Laker fans, who love to loot and riot, would make their way to LA just to have an excuse to loot and riot. He knows that the Kings fans would not do such a thing. But the Laker fans, who have nothing better to do because their team is off playing golf, and their star players may be getting ready for the Summer Olympics, they got nothing better to do, so they'll come out and riot.
Sounds good to me. I mean, like I say, I want it to happen. I want it to happen at home. Because doggone it, they deserve it. The Devils have already won 3 times. Bailey is having a lot of fun at KTLA, and I get that, you know, it's KTLA Channel 5, but Bailey, there are other television stations in Los Angeles. Why has it got to be Channel 5? Channel 4 is showing the game. Yeah. And Channel 7's better. Not because ABC is the parent company of Disney, but I'm just saying. There's Channel 2 too. I like all the channels, doggone it. Oh.
I just want to throw out there, I was able to meet the Oompa Loompa that now poses as Fred Rogan.
Toxic man himself.
This is what is known as a Copus star. Can I have the backstory, please?
It's a star with Kopitar's name. It's a Kopistar.
It's a Kopistar. Pretty straightforward.
It's like a stress reliever.
Stress ball.
Stress
I
star.
had 20 of them hit me in the head the other day, so we got some brought them home.
They hit you in the head?
Yeah.
Oh. When I first
it stressed him out, so he was glad he had 20 of them to squeeze.
I thought you could paint it like yellow and it would be the star of the Mario universe. So.
Which would be perfect for Luigi to be grabbing.
That's right. Become invincible. The new Retro Angels hat, given out on June 5th. Cool hat. I love it. I love this hat. This is the good. I'll wear this next week for episode 50. Nothing better than
no plumbers overalls.
Why not?
You will look like Luigi and Mario if you wear that red.
That's what the fans want. They want
What are Mario and Luigi's overalls made out of? Denim, denim, denim. Denim, denim, denim. Denim, denim, denim.
Go to Angel Stadium, you'll get the joke, literally. And also more swag. We got this cool cooler by Sparklets. Sparklets water. Much better than Arrowhead and less cheaper than Dasani. We love free swag at Casa D18.
Dasani's the official water of the park. Be careful.
It is?
Denim, denim, denim.
That's what y'all sell there.
It's bottled by Coke. What do you expect?
Okay.
It's a Coke thing. I like Pepsi better anyway. Oh. It's true. I drink more Pepsi than I do Coke.
Ring.
Oh.
This is Disney Corporation.
Moscow Mafia, move now.
Moscow Mafia, yeah. Let's see. What else? I got nothing. I'm done, I think. This is the cool hat. The cool Long Beach. What does it say here? Long Beach old LBC clothing company that looks like a bottle of Jack Daniels. Bully Ray's shirt. Why is everyone ripping off the Jack Daniels? You don't rip off Jack Daniels. You drink Jack Daniels. Drink responsibly. In fact, at Angel Stadium there were like 3 different alcohol advertisements. One of them was for Jack Daniels. One of them was for I think some kind of vodka. I can't remember the vodka. And some other tequila. It's like, wait a minute, what are you telling us, Angels?
Get drunk.
Get laid. Do whatever.
Clarification, please?
No.
Rocky.
Huh? Hold on. Huh?
She wants to do the time warp again.
What does the time warp have to do with it?
It's the line from Rocky.
Well, yet I know what the time warp
Callback
is.
from Rocky.
The
whole thing is a callback from Rocky.
What's the whole thing? What's the...
Just said it to you.
Get drunk, get laid, do whatever.
Denim, denim, denim. Denim, denim, denim. Denim, denim, denim.
It's old.
No, it's not. I think we're done. Fans, send me out those topics, please. I need more stuff. Send me something for the 50th episode. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Anybody else got anything? He did the Rocky and said whatever. See y'all next week. Step Boy out.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Gary Hebert, the the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert, and this is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone he coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a mite or a squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potentials.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
I can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better, or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills, to me, really stand out and separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special man.
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
This is James Morgan, NWA and Mach 1 Wrestling Superstar.
This is Chris Masters, the Masterpiece.
This is Downtown Bruno.
This is Eric Watts from WWE Tough Enough.
Mikey Nova.
Hey, what's up? This your boy, Sean Black.
This is Jess Bella from Santino Brothers.
Gorgeous Joey Chaos. Yo, monkeys, it's me, DDP, Diamond Dallas Stage, and you are watching Dads on Wrestling.
It's the Dads on Wrestling.
Dads on Wrestling.
Dads on Wrestling.
On YouTube.
Week on YouTube.
On YouTube.
On YouTube.
On YouTube. Now stay tuned or you will feel the bang!
research took forever.
I know, right? So did you finally figure out what it was that happened in 1997?
Ironically enough, it was a Canadian that told me.
Really?
It was. She pointed this out to me on Facebook. I couldn't believe her at first. But it turns out in Montreal in 1997, the Survivor Series, there was a screw job.
Oh my God.
Between Bret Hart
and
Shawn Michaels.
That sounds totally familiar. Because this year there's a Manhattan screw job.
I notice.
Because Zack Ryder isn't getting his title shot.
Bullshit.
We know this now.
But there is a SmackDown to be aired tonight. So hopefully they will rectify the situation and take John Morrison out of the spot. Put Zack back in.
Hopefully.
As we talk about, I'm sure, on the next episode of Dad's on Wrestling, because next one, Survivor Series predictions with a very special guest analyst, host, you know, what would you call her? And you know, guest speaker, if you will, co-conspirator, if you will. Oh wait, no, she's not redhead. So
I know what you would call her. The Wild North American Champion.
Aha! Tara Calloway will be on next week's show. Not next week, tomorrow's show.
That's
it's going tomorrow, man. It's going down at Long Beach Clothing Company too. We'll be back. Yes.
Right.
All right. So, by the way, total kayfabe, we knew what happened in '97. We just want to see how y'all would react. It
Seriously.
was funny. I'm really not sure if my Canadian friend was serious when she offered up the information or she knew we were bullshitting.
I don't know.
I tend to believe her intelligence was slightly more than I'm giving her credit for on that one.
I love her to death, but she is a blonde.
Oh, sometimes.
When she wants to be.
It depends what day you talk to her.
She's a blonde when she wants to be.
That's right. So,
love you, though. You know who you are.
So, on to 2003. And the really big thing that comes out of 2003, there's two things, actually.
Okay.
On the Raw side, you have Randy Orton as the sole survivor for Team Bischoff, which meant the brief, but true, exodus of Stone Cold Steve Austin.
That's right.
His career was over.
One of the many legends that the Legend Killer took out, although he did not physically beat Austin himself.
No.
The ramifications of the match implied that he ended up killing Austin's
Isn't
legend.
it funny now that he's basically stolen Austin's gimmick and ran with it?
I know, right? The Viper. The Rattlesnake. For a minute there, he was coming out with the two arms raised instead of doing the little sideways cockhead pose that he normally does.
Rebel against authority when Christian took the title from him. Just all kinds of stuff.
Although I'm waiting for him to come out with the beer truck.
Yeah, although Christian wasn't really Teddy Long's handpicked champion, to be fair.
Or Zamboni. Because we're going to be at the Garden.
It's true. We may see a Zamboni yet. Although the way they have it set up wrestling, that might be a bitch.
Yeah, it would be a bitch.
Staples Center would be more likely.
Yeah.
Oh, there's 4 seats there.
Or the Ponda Center.
The Ponda Center. Aki. By the way, Jay, how the Ducks do against the Kings this week, Jay?
You know what? My Ducks fell.
But to be fair, the first one was a shootout. The Ducks took us 7 rounds.
That's true.
Both quick and was it? Hiller wasn't in goal. Yeah, it was Hiller in goal that night.
Yeah.
Hiller was a stud that night. I'll give him massive amounts of credit.
But you know, my Ducks may have lost, but what was your son doing last night?
Quacking in your Ducks jersey.
That's right. So anyways, 2003 saw Randy Orton. His first time as the sole survivor.
First of, I believe, 3 times.
Yeah, I was going to say, something that he would repeat in future years.
Yes. And on the SmackDown side, which ironically Orton would do success on SmackDown later in Survivor Series, you had Team Angle featuring a newly turned babyface before he even started doing that nonsense.
No, he was still doing it back when he was doing his Word Live, because he always had the "You Can't See Me" as part of his gimmick.
I always thought that was the gimmick when the album was coming out. He started doing that. That I know he was doing this.
Yeah, he was doing this back then.
Word Live.
He also was doing this as just a taunt. It wasn't part of a move or anything yet. It was just a taunt.
Right.
Well, when he was freestyling to people, he'd tell them that you can't see me.
And of course, if Rikishi did that against him, it's like, Rikishi, everybody can see you. Come on, this is real. Rikishi, we love you. We love your boys, but you're everywhere.
Yeah, you're too big to not be seen.
Yeah, seriously. And you're the one that should be doing the stink face, not these freaking bimbos in WWE and TNA. Good grief. On Impact. Okay. Brooke Tessmacher. Brooke Adams. Brooke Adams TNA on Twitter. I love you, girl. Always loved you.
Hooters girl from Texas.
That's right. Another reason to love her. There is no fucking reason you need to be stealing Kelly's moves. You're teaming with Tara.
Stealing Rikishi's moves.
I was gonna.
It was Rikishi's first.
Right, but when she does it, looks sexy like Kelly's trying to do. Anyway, although Velvet did the thing when she did it. Anyway, you do not need to be stealing a Fat Samoan's moves or stealing a blonde stealing the Fat Samoan's moves.
Yeah.
You're teaming with one of the greatest women wrestlers in recent history, in Tara. You need to not do that.
Although I do believe that she wasn't on either of your lists.
Tara?
Yeah.
She wasn't. Honorable mention.
Yeah. A little late now.
A little late now. But yeah, John Cena turned babyface that year and went with Team Angle against Team Lesnar because Brock had been...
Team Behemoth.
Yeah, seriously. Big Show, Brock, Morgan, Jones, and I believe Jindrak. I believe it was Jindrak was the fifth guy. Holy crap. They were two teams by themselves.
Right?
Fucking ridiculous. Especially the Big Show. He's on to his own self. And back then it was worse. He had like trimmed down and shaved his head and lost about 15 pounds of hair alone. But he was the business. Like a whole business side. 2004. What the hell happened in 2004?
2004, Randy Orton again.
Yes.
Sole survivor for his team, but this time as a babyface.
Oh, that's right.
Which allowed his team to take control of Raw.
Yeah, for 4 weeks.
Each person getting a week's turn. It was Orton, Maven in like his only pay-per-view main event ever, not including a Royal Rumble match.
Right.
Benoit and Jericho.
Who and Jericho?
You know, Benoit. The guy that they try to tell us doesn't exist.
The one that Orton beat at SummerSlam?
Yeah.
They were on the same team?
The Invisible Man.
The Invisible... Aha! So Claude Rains was on the Survivor Series team. There we go. Pull the Universal out of the hat. Look it up, chittens.
And this is from a Disney mark.
That's the business right there. That is the business. All those Universal horror movies, going back to Lon Chaney's Phantom, the real Phantom, this guy's educated me, and I praise him for that.
And then I believe it was basically against Evolution.
Triple H, Flair, I believe Batista was on the team.
And Edge.
Was Edge on the team with Evolution?
Yeah.
Was he really? Wow.
Because he had just come back, gotten the Intercontinental Championship from Randy.
And he became an asshole.
Yeah.
He went down the groin injury and vacated.
He turned on Benoit at either Cyber Sunday or Taboo Tuesday, whichever one it was that year.
It was still Taboo Tuesday. It was the first one.
He had just turned on Benoit, walking out on the tag title match.
Won the match anyway, because Benoit's a stud.
So, yeah, it was a heel, just turned edge.
So what we're saying is Benoit can beat two people at once.
Yeah.
Not that had anything to do with what happened. Because that's wrong. 2005. I'm going to move on from that really quick. Because I know we all Benoit in this house. So, 2005, Orton again the sole survivor, but this time he paid for his treacheries. Because as he was celebrating at the end of the night, the casket comes out with the Druids, lightning strikes, Undertaker goes, "So you want to run me over with Eddie's car, huh? Really, I'm going to fuck you up." And sure enough, Hell in a Cell, even with Randy's hepatitis C infected dad in there, Undertaker was still the man at Hell in a Cell in December. And yeah, I went there.
I'd say that's a black mark on Randy's record, but since it's blood, wouldn't it be a red mark?
Whatever it was, it wasn't pretty, because they both bled buckets. So did Taker, and that's why the blood was mixed, and it was a really bad situation. But at Survivor Series that year, 2005, I believe, was the culmination of the Flair Triple H storyline that evolved when Triple H returned after Vengeance and then turned heel on Flair. They had a last man standing match, and Triple H put the bullet in the back of Flair and put him out to pasture is what they were trying to imply there.
Or at least we thought.
Then he came back.
Yeah. Old Yeller came back again.
And for 3 more years. And then he retired. And then he moved,
or so we thought.
And then he moves to TNA.
And he comes back.
And he comes back wrestling with AJ against Hogan and Abyss in the match we don't like to forget, but I can't because the red and yellow flippity flop, it was bad.
Red and yellow, red and yellow, red and yellow.
I still need to watch that. It's on the walls. It's so far down the wall I can't even find it.
Whoever reposted it for Jeff, reposted again.
Serious, I gotta find that shit because I want to use it like a theme song for After the Bell or something. Just because it was that funny, I heard. Although the RSI colors are red and yellow on the new logo, I'm sure Jade loved that. Whoever made that logo, wow. Brother. Where the hell were we? 2006 is now the year we're on. 2006 was a really good year for Survivor Series. You had Batista regain the world title from King Booker in a months-long chase that came to an end.
King Booker.
Batista chased that title from January till November. Although he was out for 3 months with the injury, but still, he came back to WrestleMania and looked at Orton's face like, go ahead and beat Angle. Go ahead. I got your number. I got you. And then Orton got suspended for 2 months because he was being an idiot. So, And then what else happened in 06? The WWE title was on the line. I'm trying to remember what the situation was. Cena was champion. That's a given. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. 06, the story was what I just said. The World Heavyweight Championships. King Booker and Batista. There you go. 07. 07 got really interesting because you had, I believe, that was Cyber Sunday. What was the, let's see. Survivor Series 2007 was, I know that Batista defeated The Undertaker in a Hell in a Cell match thanks to Edge, who was returning from, no, that was 2008. What the hell happened Survivor Series 07? I didn't do my research today, I'm sorry. The freaking 97 research exhausted me to the point beyond recognition. I remember 2007 not being a very memorable Survivor. Oh, you know what 2007 was? I believe it was, no, that was the other one. 2006, 2006, Team DX. DX, Punk, and the Hardys.
Right, okay.
Clean sweep against RKO. That's what I forgot. I was thinking 07, but Triple H was out in 07 for Survivor. Yeah. He was out, whatever it was. 07 doesn't really catch my attention very much. I don't think anything really happened. So,
forgive us if, in your opinion, there was something, but like Jeff said, you know, he didn't really do his research, and well,
yeah.
And he is the substitute stat boy when stat boy's not around. So,
but 08, I know there were 2 title changes.
Okay.
Big 2. John Cena, coming back from neck injury at the hands of Batista, defeated Chris Jericho for the World Championship for the first time as World Champion, with his pops in his hands, because I believe it was Boston. And then scheduled was Triple H defending against Vladimir Kozlov and Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy gets taken out in the back somehow, and who comes down the aisle but a bearded, woolly mammoth named Edge to win the WWE Championship back for his beloved bride, Vicky Guerrero, in a neck brace. I had the picture on my Facebook, and I just like cringe because that beard was just wrong. He looked horrid.
It was kind of bad.
It was kind of bad. 09, don't remember either. I'm trying to think of the match. I know Cena was on the card somehow. He had to be. I know Hunter was still on the card, I believe. God damn. I need to have the phone in front of me. That sucks. Oh well. 2010 was the story of John Cena fighting for his own freedom.
Yes.
And ended up giving up his freedom, essentially not giving up his freedom, but giving up his job. Because he chose to sacrifice himself for the betterment of Randy Orton, ironically enough, as WWE Champion. What the stipulation was, if Barrett won, Cena was free from Nexus.
Yes.
If Orton lost, or if Barrett lost, Cena was fired. Cena took a huge bullet and was gone for so long. Those 2 weeks were just too long. Then he was back on TV doing the same old shit and worse.
It wasn't long enough.
Seriously. At least we'd have to deal with Juan Cena.
No, that was just the house show crowd.
That was the house show crowds who, my deepest sympathies go out to all of you all. Whoever was at that house show. I don't care how much you paid for the ticket. That was just, that was worth going to WWE and go, money.
I'm still curious, like, what they did for Juan Cena's entrance theme. Like, did they have a mariachi band playing My Time Is Now? Because that would have been fucking hilarious.
We need to find that on YouTube.
That would have been fucking
hilarious. Because you know it exists. There's somebody out there who's a Spanish-speaking fan who likes John Cena and mariachi music, his goddamn song. We need to find this and put it on, not the next episode, because we already got that one planned, but the one after that, we will find it for you. We will play it.
All right.
Oh, actually, maybe not that one, because the next one's going to be about TNA. So a couple from now, we'll find it happen.
Aside from, you know, the couple of spots here where we couldn't remember what the fuck happened in Survivor Series.
That's what our opinions. We liked, we disliked, you know.
Yeah, I think Jeff's been watching Men in Black too much, and that little flashy thing's just erased part of his brain.
Seriously! Plus we're taping this, you know, at a time of day where I'm just exhausted, and just, you know, the kids, yeah.
But anyways, we hope you enjoyed our Survivor Series.
I hope you did, I really do. Sorry about this one, this is pretty bad.
I think what this proves, without a shadow of a doubt, is the fact that the older Survivor Series were more memorable than these. And
we need Staff Boy on the ball. Or me on the ball.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Don't forget, let's see, this is Friday.
Yes.
So tomorrow, from Long Beach Clothing Company, live via Memorex, the Dads on Wrestling will present their Survivor Series predictions, along with Tara Calloway, the Wild North American Champion, as she gets into the groove for her big match against Winter coming up on December 10th.
That's right.
Officialwild.blogspot.com, or just follow me on Facebook and Twitter and him on Facebook and Twitter, because we all over that shit. There will be a signing, autographs.
Yes.
Conceptualized by Tara and spearheaded by this man at Long Beach Clothing Company. Winter, Tara, and Shelly Martinez will be there.
That's
too.
right, baby.
From 11 to 2.
Former
Ariel, Salinas in TNA. If you live out here, you've known her for a long time, training with Jesse Hernandez and everybody. With UPW as Desire, not the TNA Desire, but the real Desire. 3 huge names for us. Our champion, our number 1 contender, and Shelly Martinez. You know, how do you go wrong with that?
Also from Long Beach Clothing Company tomorrow, we're going to be bringing you a new show, maybe? It was a one-off.
Yeah.
We filmed it, but it may end up developing into something more, tentatively called Double the Insanity.
Yes.
It'll be Double A and Jade's predictions.
Yes, because you and I are on our show, so Jade was kind of like, what am I going to do? And we figured Aaron wanted to do a prediction show. I know he did, and I think
he wanted to film in Clothing Company and feel like he was really one of us and not just the camera guy.
I know, poor guy, seriously.
And then also be on the lookout tomorrow for Stat Boy's prediction show. Not live from Long Beach Clothing Company because, well, you know, he had to work when he filmed there. So.
Yeah, Stat Boy also wanted to wait and not see spoilers, so he's going to watch SmackDown tonight, be a good little Jimmy, and find out what happens to the U.S. Championship picture if it does happen. We'll see.
Forewarning, we called the U.S. title match for both ways.
Right.
So if the match doesn't get reinserted as Ziggler and Ryder, pay no attention to that prediction because I just feel too lazy to edit 3 episodes.
Seriously, I'm not doing that. Jesus Christ.
You know, we called it for Ziggler Morrison and we called it for Ziggler Ryder.
Yep.
Not knowing which was going to be the final one to make cut.
Yeah, because spoilers went up and we heard Zach, and then Wednesday.com goes Morrison.
Maybe Morrison will get attacked in a backstage vignette that they didn't see in the arena, and Ziggler will get put in. Who knows?
Ryder will get put in.
Or Ryder will get put in, yes.
Well, that would make Zach a heel, though.
Not necessarily. Could be unprovoked.
Could be.
Could be Hawkins. Hawkins and Ryder back together.
But he's on the wrong show. We need Hawkins on Raw before Colt, you know... Or did he get...
Ryder's on both shows.
It's true.
Because he's Teddy's assistant.
That's right. But I mean, Hawkins would be on the wrong show. Colt Cabana's demands were get Hawkins a match on Raw before he trimmed his pubes. We need to get that Jew trimming his pubes.
We don't need to be talking
wrong. About it. I'm sorry. That's just horrifying to think about.
It is. That's why we shouldn't be talking about it.
I'm just throwing it out there.
So for the dads on wrestling, I am the Renegade of Wrestling, J.J. Williams.
I think I'm Jeff Meacham. We'll see.
But you already knew that. And we will see you next time.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way. And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from A Simple Man's Brand.
I was really wondering why that show got its name, and then I saw it. Sometimes I don't mind being wrong. One thing for sure, Impact Wrestling, you now have my full attention. Hello everybody. Now I'm just a simple man, and my name is Noah Foster, as we are now just a little under 24 hours removed from Impact Wrestling's first pay-per-view of 2020, Hard to Kill. So welcome to this simple take. In this, I'm just going to give my brief thoughts over the pay-per-view, things that were discussed, and things going into it, and what I think might happen next. It was also a newsworthy night, to say the least, for more than one reason. With that, let's get right into it. So, it was an 8-match card, and it kicked off, as you would expect, with I would say a fair start. It actually kicked off with Madman Fulton of OVE versus the Most Dangerous Man, Ken Shamrock. And of course, Madman Fulton was accompanied by his OVE brothers in the Chris brothers, Dave Chris and Jake Chris. And pretty much, this was a very back and forth match, but basically Shamrock used his MMA background and ground this monster per se. It really showed in later portions of the match after basically it looked like he used a Kimura, a move you all know that's been used by Brock Lesnar to break his arms. It looked like he literally popped the shoulder out of Madman Fulton's left arm. However, Madman Fulton refused to quit. He said he could continue. Shenanigans aside, OVE, they were eventually sent to the back, but in the end, Ken Shamrock won, getting a verbal tap out of excuse me, Madman Fulton with a second Kimura lock. I was pleasantly surprised. I was actually surprised by this result, let alone the fact Ken Shamrock was like, just stop, man, just stop. But Madman Fulton, to his credit, he would never say die attitude. To think all the, the bumps that Ken Shamrock took, for example, I honestly thought that Madman Fulton would go over the veteran here, but no, credit where credit is due to this 50-year-old man of the game. He pulled out the win, and I'm very curious to see what's next for both Ken Shamrock and Madman Fulton. And as far as Madman Fulton goes, I think he still looks very strong. I know he's wrestled a period during one of my independent promotions here in town at Powerbomb Wrestling. And at this point, Ken Shamrock, I don't know what's next for the guy, but we'll see what happens. As far as we go into our next match, by the way, shout out to, welcome back to ref Mike Polsey, former Impact Wrestling referee. I believe he came back. I don't know if he's permanently back now, only time will tell. And here I thought Impact Wrestling only had like 1 or 2 refs. Anyway, the next match for the X Division title between Hometown Boy from my hometown, Toledo, Ohio, representing the Rascals, Trey Miguel, challenging the Ace himself, Ace Austin, whose gimmick is basically, I am the man that your wife or your mom should want to sleep with. And this whole storyline was brought on by the fact that Ace Austin basically wants to sleep with Trey's mom. Yeah. Hey, Brazzers. How you doing? Anyway, this match, though, was very nice back and forth dynamic action, as both men pulled out moves I haven't seen before, hence the elusiveness and overall involvement of the X Division, as of course they both represent the X Division. I was really pushing for Trey here. He pulled out a bunch of ingenious maneuvers here. And basically, in the forefront of this match, there was just chops and kicks galore. But in the end, shenanigans aside, and also using a laminated card, applying a worse paper cut than a standard card, I imagine, Trey Miguel's fingers, he pulled out an innovative setup to complete the fold, and Ace Austin retained in the end. But you would think at this point, when it comes to wrestlers and, winning feuds per se, you would just stop where you are. Nope. Ace, of course, he goes and basically says, you saw that, huh? So how about you maybe go and do something? And, of course, Trey, he kicked his ass for that. Because, again, you don't mess with another man's family. Hence, you don't mess with another man's mother. And, of course, Trey's mom came a lot of play in this match from a psychological standpoint, as Ace basically applied a lot of his offense in front of Trey's mother. While, of course, Trey's mom was just, rooting her son on. And, of course, after the match, eventually, scrapping aside, the refs came down, they pulled apart, and Reno Scum, who did not get involved in this match, much to my surprise, they came in and they supported their boy. What a trio those guys are. But, hey, Ace Austin, kudos to him. He retained the title. Moving on from there, we go into Knockouts action, as we had the Triple Threat title match in the Knockouts division between returning 5-time Knockouts champion ODB, one of the strongest, no pun intended, up-and-comers of the current division in Jordan Grace, and of course, the current champ, Laura Roca, who has now held the title for a year, kudos to her, in Taya Valkyrie, with Johnny Bravo and the stuffed dog in tow. I don't get that. Anyway, I was first thought, what the world? Are we encompassing Disney here? Since when did Johnny Bravo become the butler for Cruella de Vil with the whole black and white gear? I know my friend Cindy, go follow her, folks, at simply_Cindy G on Twitter. Or Cindy_OK. Sorry, Cindy. Anyway, it was a very interesting match, and this triple threat played out as I expected it would, because basically, while two were basically controlling the ring, one was on the outside, incapacitated out for a while. There was a lot of dynamics between ODB, Jordan Grace, and Taya Valkyrie. Taya Valkyrie, of course, trying to take advantage of ODB and Jordan Grace at one point with a combination. What was it? I think it was like an electric chair neck breaker. But anyway, it was a very good match. But in the end, I knew it. The outside sources, they came into play, and Johnny Bravo, he prevented Jordan Grace, who had ODB dead to rights to pin, by the way, after hitting her power driver move. Taya Valkyrie, she came in and she stole it, period. But to Taya Valkyrie's credit, she showcased why she is loca, at one point biting her competitors. I thought it was a very good match. I fought all these women. Again, one of the most unique women's divisions in the wrestling business, no pun intended. I thought they had a very strong match here, and shout out to Taya Valkyrie, who retained. I thought for sure we were going to have a title change, especially with the fact her husband, John Morrison's back in WWE. I thought she was bound for WWE, per se. I thought this was like it. We're going to handle the Knockouts division in the hands of someone else. I thought it was Jordan Grace's time. But now that's two title opportunities that Jordan Grace has come up short in, with thanks to Johnny Bravo. Someone's got to give her eventually, I would think. Anyway, following that, we come to the most awkward part of the night, I think. And someone remind me, when did Blur Lines come out and Miley Cyrus made Twerking a Thing? Was that 2015 or 2014? I can't remember. Jesus, Katie Force, what the hell was I watching? I feel like it was back in 2003. And boy, was that applied here. Anyway, it was supposed to be RVD versus Brian Cage. Brian Cage, though, he gets attacked by, what they said, Katie's girlfriend's girlfriend? HLA? Anyway, Jessica, she causes distraction. Katie Ford causes distraction. Brian Cage getting some advantage, but RVD, he takes him out, and the match was no contest, as it didn't happen after Rob Van Dam pulled out a Van Terminator. And apparently it caused some internal bleeding, per se, and Brian Cage couldn't continue. So it was written off. But still, RVD, he did get a match in against Daga, who, of course, came out to stand by his friend. Or stand up for his friend, excuse me. By the way, very interesting start by Brian Cage with the whole diamond machines. You were wondering if this was maybe a sign of things to come? Because Brian Cage and Tessa Blanchard, they are best friends, and Tessa Blanchard, of course, beat Brian Cage in the end of that gauntlet match to receive the title opportunity here at Hard to Kill. But I digress. Anyway, as far as the Dog RVD match goes, it was nice back and forth fair reaction as this young up-and-comer to the Impact Wrestling roster tries to take on the veteran, but shenanigans aside, nice gear though, by the way, with RVD and Katie Forbes. RVD won. Simple as that. 5-star frog splash. But what's really interesting at this point is the fact that RVD, he's like, what, 50 years old? You think men at this point would be going like for a midlife crisis? I think he's just having fun at this point. But honestly, RVD and his current Impact, I guess, showcase kind of makes me feel awkward. It was even made more awkward when RVD just looked on as Jessica, as we now heard her name was, came into the ring, and her and Katie Forbes came together. HLA? Hello. Anyway, I'm curious to see what happens with this trio, but according to one of my friends, Jeff Meacham, and go follow him, folks, in Jeff Meacham Network on Spotify, I guess it's a real relationship. But, Jesus, how much twerking do you need on wrestling TV? I'm watching wrestling for wrestling, not a striptease. Okay? But again, Impact Wrestling is different beyond anything else. You're blind all crap. I don't know. It just felt weird to me. Let me know what y'all thought about this. I mean, hey, maybe this is some of the stuff people want in WWE. I don't know. But I guess it does seem to be the thing right now in some of these wrestling companies that sex sells. Yes, that's my little brother. He's playing Fortnite. Jesus. Anyway, moving on from there, from weirdness aside, finally gets back into what I was looking for, professional wrestling, as I finally learned really what Hard to Kill meant. But at this point, I was like, okay, this is just a show. Maybe it's just the fact that the brand isn't dead, because some people writ it off as dead. But anyway, this match right here, Eddie Edwards proved he is hard to kill. What an affair! As he and Michael Elgin went after, of course, the Collier Shot Gauntlet trophy that Elgin stole and that Eddie Edwards has put on the line, because Elgin has beaten him twice before this point. But anyway, these two laid into each other. I think at one point, I think Michael Elgin knocked out, literally, with a forearm smash Eddie Edwards like 4 times. They were going pound for pound, move for move. There was a Blue Thunder Bomb. Seriously, if Sami Zayn can't win off a Blue Thunder Bomb, I knew Eddie Edwards wasn't going to. He, of course, goes for his Boston Knee Party. He couldn't get that out there. Ridiculous submission spot. But then I thought Elgin had him with a superplex spot, followed up by Elgin Bomb combination. Still not enough, as Eddie Edwards just would not stay down. Wicked clothesline that turned Eddie Edwards inside out. Elgin, of course, once again proved why he's unbreakable, it seems, controlling the later portion of this match. Well, most of this match. Who am I kidding at this point? I thought there was several times that Elgin had it. But in the end, Eddie Edwards got it with just a simple roll-up. Once again, Elgin incredible showcase, but loses to a simple wrestling move. When is the guy going to catch a break? Obviously, he wants the Impact World Championship. No matter who might have it, when we'll get there in a moment. But Eddie Edwards, kudos to him, man. Nice look, by the way. I thought from what he was like sporting like Tommy Dreamer per se, and then I see like the braids and stuff like that. Definitely a more aggressive Eddie Edwards, and Kenny did not come and play at all here, of course, because not no DQ, so that makes sense. But anyway, it was an insane match to say the least. A very physical striking affair. And once again, Michael Elgin, up to this point, he stole the night from me, just like he did against Marufuji at Bound for Glory. Incredible match. But hey, Eddie Edwards kept it. Elgin still on the outside. Following that, we go to a bit of a destructive hardcore showcase. I swear they're channeling ECW through this place more and more every month. As it was Moose versus Rhino. The spear versus the gore. And speaking of spears, what happens immediately? He gets speared. He gets gored immediately by Rhino. And this match, it all fell apart. All the weapons came into play. Chairs, candlesticks, tables. There was gores and spears through tables. At one point, Rhino literally gored not only Moose, but the ref through a table. So, of course, nobody could count the pinfall. And we're just wondering what's going to happen at this point. And once again, Moose, he pulls it out with the dreaded low blow. Spear combination. Moose continues his reasoning why he is the legend of Impact known as Moose. And he gets one over on Rhino. So it's really weird. We've had a mix of veterans win here and a mix of, I guess you could say, the later generation in Impact win here. A very odd night, to say the least, so far. As we move on... Oh, wait. Well, you know what? I'll just talk about those news bits that I learned after the show that I finished. Because there's only 2 matches left. But I will say this before I go on the next match. They did announce what the next pay-per-view will be. And yes, I will be doing, once again, a Simply and Predicting wrestling video on their next pay-per-view. Once again, it is Rebellion, coming back in April. I look forward to seeing what can happen there because last year's Rebellion was highlighted with matches like Jordan Grace versus Taya Valkyrie, Johnny Impact versus Brian Cage with a Ref of Integrity, and of course, Tessa Blanchard versus Gail Kim, who basically passed the torch to her. But I digress. Anyway, our semifinal match, main event match here, was Tag Team Championship match. It was the North, Josh Alexander and All Ego Ethan Page, Botch, hi Matthew, versus Willie Mack and Rich Swann, or so I thought, because apparently, I think a lot of the results here definitely came off the fact they did an event 2 days before this show, on Friday with Bash the Brewery, despite the fact you had, like a drinking contest and people getting hurt in the 8-man tag main event, because apparently, Rich Swann, he was not medically cleared to compete. Willie Mack went in there, banged up and all, taking on these two all by himself. It turned into a handicap still for the tag team titles. And there was one point I thought he really did have it. Willie Mack has really impressed me. No wonder Impact voted him as the star to watch this year. Then again, I've been impressed with this guy since Lucha Underground, per se. Anyway, it was a very competitive back-and-forth match, as of course, they took advantage of the whole 2-on-1 offense. But Willie Mack gained some advantage at one point, hitting a ridiculous Avalanche Canadian Destroyer and basically controlling the other partner, but somehow kicked out of it. He still came to play, and next thing you know, these two, they were ping-ponging him back and forth, forearm smashes, kicks. They pull off some tag team offense, and of course, the North retained. The North, of course, continuing their incredible reign since, well, really, again, they won the titles back at Bash the Brewery last year before Slammiversary, and they haven't lost them since. I really wonder at this point who could take on the North for those titles. The Deaners? I don't know. Does he hit squad? Well, it won't be with Smiles. He looked on like, oh, man. Tough break for Willie Mack, though, but hey, huge respect to his performance, and what incredible heart by the guy. And as far as Moose goes, with all these wins, maybe he'll go after the World Championship. Elgin, I feel like he's still going to do whatever he takes to either A, destroy Eddie Edwards, or B, get that Impact World Championship. And I guess they got a new design that, in my opinion, they look like titles you can customize and put on a character from the game of Gears on Xbox. The whole, rustic metal look with the red, metallic red. I'll say this, it looks better than the classic blue and gold they had before, but I don't know. It just seems a little weird to me. Anyway, but then we get into, and I'm just going to say right now, this was the one reason I ordered this $40 pay-per-view. No disrespect to the rest of the Impact roster, but this is the match I've been waiting for and the culmination for the last 6 months. Sami Callihan versus Tessa Blanchard for the Impact World Championship. Oh, jeez. You talk about a story and a physical affair that tested both people's mentalities. What an amazing match. Now, truth be told, this is all coming off a bunch of ridiculous wrestling community controversy that came up that split the community down the middle. I refuse to be involved in that toxicity because fact is fact, opinion is opinion. You use your best judgment. I don't assume anything. But apparently she has been under a lot of criticisms, being a bully per se, to other women in the industry. But she did not let that deter her here, and it showed in this match. This match was absolutely incredible. Right out of the gate, both of them hit their finishers within a minute. A minute in the match! And then there was 4 other magnums, I believe. And of course, at one point, well, the whole point of this match, Sami's like, hit me harder, hit me harder. Both of them just challenge each other to hit each other harder. Of course, Sami's working on Tessa Blanchard's left knee, and that really came into play throughout most of this match. Through submission holds, through kickouts, powerbombing her through the table. There was a couple moments the ref definitely botched, but they were not going to let this match end on countout. Clearly. Even a double countout instance, per se. But anyway, Tessa Blanchard, to her credit, she just kept pounding and Sami. She pulled off cutters, she pulled off 4 magnums, tons of near falls in this match, to the point Sami Callihan's like, fuck this. I'm going to pull the towel, I'm going to bash your brains in. That didn't happen as the ref's like, no, you're not going to do that. And he's not going to let this go to DQ because he doesn't want to end up on the wrong side of history. So what does Sami do? He pulls up brass knuckles only to get low blow before he could use them. And of course, there's a bunch of capitalizes. Well, not 1, but 2 Canadian Destroyers. 1 from the top rope, I might add. And then following that, she finally locked him up into a buzzsaw DDT, just to sum this match up simply. And Tessa Blanchard became the new, and first ever woman, I might add, Impact World Champion. Wow! They freaking pulled the trigger. I did not see that coming. And you think with everything that's happened this weekend, it would already been enough pressure on Tessa Blanchard going into this match. But she kept her guns, kept her roots, and truly she was hard to kill. This was the true definition of hard to kill. I see why now they called it that. And to her credit, she refused to die. And Sami Callihan's like, stay down, stay down. Spit and sickness aside by the leader of OVE, hashtag the draws of the Death Machine. Tessa Blanchard pulled it out. By the way, that was an amazing Samoan drop Tessa Blanchard did with the bum knee that looked like it was about to collapse, and then she screams in agony. Incredible, incredible seller. Again, if you have not seen Tessa Blanchard versus Mercedes Martinez from Rise 25-minute Iron Woman match, you're missing out as a professional wrestling fan. Just going to say that now. But anyway, it was interesting also because this was it. This was the end of the show, and literally as Tessa Blanchard, she realizes she's done it. She has this title. She goes to the top rope. They cut the feed. 7 minutes prior to its regular ending time for this show. I was actually quite surprised. Now, we are now literally just under 24 days removed. As it is 10 p.m. Monday night. I mean, I probably could be watching Monday Night Raw, but based on NoDQ, support NoDQ, folks. And what I've heard so far about the show, I don't feel like I'm missing much. Anyway, so there's a couple of things about this. First off, Tessa Blanchard, congratulations on making history. I have never been more interested in Impact Wrestling now than this time. She is truly the leader. And she said that in her post-speech, as I learned from other wrestling outlets, including NoDQ, that apparently she says, I'm only human, but I am the toughest and strongest person that I know. And now I stand, man or woman, pound for pound, the strongest as your Impact World Champion. She is now the leader and standard bearer of Impact Wrestling as we kick off their 2020. Unbelievable! But that wasn't the only bit of news that came out of this night. Also, by the way, Gail Kim, who by the way passed the torch, I might add, to Rebecca Rebellion, they did embrace each other after she said that speech. There has not been nothing else said about Tessa Blanchard, what she plans to do, what's next for her, who's next to challenge her, how to set up the challenge. There's not even a match card set up yet for this Tuesday's Impact Wrestling. And I honestly wonder if it's just going to be more of a recap per se, and then it's going to really kick off next week. But I guess only time will tell. I certainly will be watching much more thoroughly with interest. Anyway, though, there was another bit of interesting news that came out on this night, and you might be wondering why I'm wearing this shirt, besides what I am. Well, we were all wondering, including the man himself. If you haven't followed him, go follow him. He may be business, but he sees the bigger picture. NoDQ_Virtue on Twitter. We were curious why Brian Cage, per se, basically got, taken out or written off. Was he suffering an injury? Maybe from Friday? We weren't sure. But apparently, and shout out to my friend Cindy G for sharing this with me again, Brian Cage may be All Elite. Apparently, it's been said that Brian Cage might have signed with All Elite Wrestling. Now, that's very interesting considering that we know Melissa Santos. She works heavily and is the social media ambassador, basically, of Impact Wrestling. But he's also Brian Cage's wife. And right now, she's already denied these, per se, reports. But the thing is, they kind of did the same thing with John Morrison and Ty Valkyrie. Look who's in WWE. It would be a very interesting pickup for Brian Cage to go to All Elite Wrestling because when you think about it, the All Elite Wrestling roster does not have a lot of heavy hitters. I mean, you got Jake Hager, who hasn't yet to have a match. And you also have Luchasaurus, who has yet to have a real singles match, per se. And I still feel like that's the first few being set up. But I also know Jake Hager has prior MMA obligations. So I'm definitely going to be watching on this, but I'm just curious what you all think. Do you think Brian Cage should be All Elite, and what would you set him up with? Should he go with a faction, or should he stand on his own? I asked a few of my great friends in the wrestling community. If you haven't followed them, please do. Phoenix NJPW, Neo Reality Entertainment, of course, that's Eric Brown. I could go on and on, but this isn't a shout-out thing. This is just me, simple taking wrestling. But it is very interesting considering the circumstances of how the RVD match went about, because I'm sure that probably wasn't the original plan. And I don't know if Impact Wrestling per se has bad blood with AEW. We already know how much bad blood JPW has against Impact Wrestling. But it seems like this year that a lot of companies are trying to come together to basically form something that could rival WWE per se in a small change, or they're just still taking it on their own. I don't know. The wrestling industry is very fickle right now. Speaking of fickle, I thought he was fickle, but now I guess I know what he's about. The villain, Marty Scurll, going along with AEW, where we thought he was AEW bound. He has signed with Ring of Honor, re-signed. And he's now the head booker. So, basically, he's got the most lucrative contract right now in Ring of Honor ever offered in Ring of Honor history. And it would not surprise me right now with the fact that Nick Aldis came out there in the Saturday night show. They do set up Nick Aldis versus Marty Scurll at Hard to Kill. But it seems like Marty Scurll is also trying to reach out to NJPW, as it's been confirmed that Jay White will be on their Supercard of Honor show in April. Keyword Supercard of Honor, not G1 Supercard. It still leads me to believe that it's mostly just going to be a Ring of Honor only show. I feel like there are definitely some ties, bridges burned and yet to be rebuilt, but it is very optimistic thinking about what could be happening in the wrestling industry. So, as far as Brian Cage goes, I'm just going to have to wait and see. As far as Sami Callihan goes, in fact, he's no longer champion, but OVE has basically become an Impact Wrestling standard bearer in itself. I obviously see him going after Tessa again. I think this is done for now. Now we're just waiting for, the sequel. And it would not surprise me, per se, if Sami Callihan goes after Eddie Edwards and his Call Your Shot Gauntlet trophy that allows him to challenge for any Impact Wrestling title. But here's the thing. Why would you challenge for any other title besides the World Championship? Come on now. You really want to be X Division Champion? No. Because X Division Champion is usually supposed to lead you towards the World Champion. If you don't want to be the top guy or woman in your company, why are you in a wrestling company? And that leads me to another thing that people are asking about. Okay, since Becky Lynch is the man, what does that make Tessa Blanchard? I'm just going to say this. The wrestler. Simple as that. She's not just a man. She's not just a woman wrestling man's word. She's not just a knockout anymore. She is Impact Wrestling's world champion. I feel like this opens a bunch of bridges and potentials now for the Impact World Championship picture. It would not surprise me one bit if Taya Valkyrie goes after Tessa Blanchard title for title. Because honestly, can you call Tessa Blanchard a knockout if she's not going after the Knockouts title anymore? She's above the Knockouts division. Sorry, Taya. It's a fact. But with that being said, I've been rambling on long enough, and I'll just say this. Impact Wrestling Hard to Kill, it was a mixed bag for me. I loved the ending match. Michael Elgin and Eddie Edwards was an incredible bout. There was some fun wrestling throughout it, but I don't understand the RVD midlife crisis. I got two women now at my side. I'm going to watch them do HLA segments. And here I thought Johnny Swinger and Joey Ryan was cringe. Ugh. But anyway, maybe I'll get back to doing the Impact recap too and review Impact Wrestling every week. Only time will tell. But I'm done here, and I will simply say, Hard to Kill, I'm going to give you a B. Pretty darn good pay-per-view. Not the best, but not the worst thing I've seen in wrestling. And hey, you pull the trigger, and Tessa Blanchard now is your top star and world champion. I can get behind that, even though I was wrong on predictions. Damn it. But with that being said, I am done here for now. Thank you so much for tuning in to this Impact Wrestling Hard to Kill Simple Take / simple newsreel. I'm not like Wrestle Talk. I'm not NoDQ. I'm not any wrestling outlet per se, and I don't just simply read off our wrestling websites and create a video. Okay. I really wonder where wrestling news truly comes from. Who's the top source? Is it Dave Meltzer? Is it Pro Wrestling Insider? Who knows? It seems like all these wrestling sites are just piggyback off each other. But hey, they built their own environment, they built their own audience, good on them, and it does bring the wrestling community together per se because it brings up conversation. But I always will be NoDQ. For life. But with that being said, thank you so much for tuning in. What was your thoughts on Impact Wrestling's Hard to Kill pay-per-view? What did you like? What did you dislike? Are you glad that Tessa Blanchard won the title? Do you think Brian Cage should stay with the company, or should he be All Elite? And what do you hope to see next from Impact Wrestling? Because again, the next pay-per-view is not till April. They got a lot of restructuring to do. So let me know in the comments down below. Greatly appreciate your support and viewership. And if you want to know more about me, and even talk more about this with me, know this. I'm just a simple man. And if you haven't figured out by now, I am a lifelong fan of simply one word, wrestling. Simple as that. So if you want to talk to me about anything wrestling, the 5 brands of WWE, or NWA, or New Japan Pro Wrestling, or Ring of Honor, or Impact Wrestling, or Stardom, or Pro Wrestling Noah, I could go on and on, but I'll just sum it up like this. Or any company, or Impact Wrestling in general, and support Impact Wrestling, folks. Then look me up on Twitter. NoDQ.com/Noah takes you to my Twitter page, or follow me on Instagram, #SilvermanInLife, @MFoster916. I'll give you a nice hello, something that might brighten up your day, and my thoughts and stories and wrestling, and who knows, maybe a little humor. But also, if you haven't already, please follow my YouTube channel here at youtube.com/user/NoahFoster210. You'll find nothing but wrestling content here. Simple as that. All nice, neat, organized playlists for you. Reviews, recaps, discussions, and at the heart of it, my series, #Do It For That Matters, now approaching its 1-year anniversary. But also, I will be back with Simply Predicting Wrestling. I might be working with other channels like Aftermath Wrestling, The Holiday, Chris Mace, and NoDQ. When it comes to predicting NWA Hard Times, Worlds Collide presented by NXT and NXT UK. Yes, I'm Figo, and I still don't know which side I'm going with. Aw, jeez. Also, the WWE Royal Rumble, as I will be taking part again in Team NoDQ's Prediction League and keeping score, and of course kicking off the NoDQ Galaxy Predictions League. Excuse me. And I also will be back, of course, at my heart at this channel, NJPW Cinema Predictive Wrestling, with the new beginning in Sapporo and Osaka. So that should be a lot of fun. And of course, AEW, Revolution, and much more. But also, if you haven't figured it out by now, because I did put up the mug, let me do it again. Support NoDQ. The reason I got into YouTube. Forever indebted to the NoDQ family. Thank you, Aaron Riff and company. So go buy a shirt. I have a shirt. Go buy a mug, tapestry, sticker. Just do it. NoDQ.com/merch. Take it to the store. Follow them on my social media platforms. Your opinions matter. There's a comment section on everything at the official website. Polls, columns, memes, gifts, reviews, recaps, discussions, and more. Sexy female pics. You name it, it's there. Primarily wrestling from WWE, a little bit of Independent Wrestling and AEW. And heck, I did the coverage for Impact Wrestling. So there you go for those that want a little more. And as always, I like to close. Support your wrestling outlets big and small. Please support all my friends. And let's keep growing this incredible, diverse, unique, elite, authentic, unscripted, 100% pure, to a degree, wrestling community together. Simple as that. With that being said, thank you so much again for tuning in. Please like, share, subscribe, comment, hit that bell to know the next video is going to go live on this channel. Hit the subscribe button as I slowly grow this channel. I might do more simple takes. I really haven't decided, but I strictly focus on pay-per-views. But maybe I'll do some more stuff on Ring of Honor too, because I do watch that. Again, Boy Scroll, my favorite wrestler from there. But until the next video, I am done here for now, and the next video will likely be another episode of Hashtag 205 Life Matters, the 1 year anniversary. Keep it at the same, but still going, because it still matters to me. Simple as that. But until next time, take care, enjoy life. Tomorrow's never guaranteed. Treasure your families. Treasure the moments you have. Enjoy wrestling. There's something up there for everybody. More than ever, too. As we see what happens in 2020, what new talent and stars rise, per se. What other contracts are up and get signed. What other debuts come into play. What other historic moments awaits. And until next time, I just hope you all, as always, have a good night. Congratulations again, Tessa. I should not have gone against you. Damn it.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the stat boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. And a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Casa D18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show. The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from NoDQ.com.
Hey, NoDQ Galaxy, and we are back with the NoDQ review number 49, and I am Virtue here with the same shirt on that Big G is wearing, Fire Virtue. We are also joined by TJS and Aaron Rift, the elite team of NoDQ. How is everybody doing? Aaron, I'll start with you.
I'm doing very well. I got my NoDQ.com pen, even though I'm not really going to be taking notes. I just wanted to mention the pen. You could pick one up by emailing me, nodqmisc@gmail.com if you're interested. Things are going well. I'm looking forward to the review today. We're almost at episode 50, but it feels like episode 50 right now, considering how busy of a week this has been. We have a lot of topics to cover, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this week's debate goes. I know last week we got a little bit heated. We'll see if we could top last week. TJS, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. It was my 21st birthday over the weekend. I did not get drunk. I enjoyed a Shirley Temple, and I went to a house show where I got a selfie with my estranged father, Braun Strowman, and he came over there and he said, "Happy birthday," with that monstrous voice, patted me on the shoulder. We took the selfie, and Baron Corbin also, he was like, "Whose birthday was it?" And then I was like, "It was mine." And then he was like, "This is for your birthday." Then he punched Roman.
Nice.
It was good. I got a happy birthday from Sasha, and it was all together a nice little show.
What about EC3 wasn't there?
No, he didn't show up. I guess he was busy or something.
What a slap in the face that was.
What's up, Big G?
I'm doing good. Big move this weekend. Moved in with my girlfriend and her parents, and ready to begin this new chapter. And I'm ready for this hot review that we're gonna do. We had a couple of big returns, and yeah, let's get this thing started, Virtue.
What are you, a seal? Well, you need to have a ball and twirl it on your nose or something. The Big G seal clap. All right, let's start with the return of the big dog, Roman Reigns. So we knew several days ago he was going to come back on Raw and give us a status on his health, and like a lot of us assumed, it was basically him barking about his comeback. He's got over leukemia. Heck, we could have seen that a month ago when there were scenes of him filming a movie with The Rock, because what type of cancer patients do that? Now look, people, skeptics. TJS, did you look that word up? Do you understand where we're going with this? First of all, it's wrestling, right? So everybody says you can assume work. They are not working us with Roman. Look up leukemia. Go on Google. Go on WebMD. There are different strains and forms of it, right? Roman had it. I think back when he played college football or somewhere right around there. He got over it. It's been in remission. The fact that a flare-up means just a few cells could show in your blood, that means you have it again, or you're really close to having it again. He had to take care of this. There's no way with Susan G. Komen, with Make-A-Wish, et cetera, that they're going to work this publicly traded company going on Good Morning America. There is no way. If this ever came out as a work, then the Montreal Screwjob of 97 would have officially came out as a work too. Okay, so it's opinion. Roman looked good, and he was already physically involved to a point. So what's everyone's take on Roman, and do you think it's wise that he gets physically involved now or maybe after Mania? Aaron Rift, I will start with you.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of factors with Reigns and his leukemia battle. We have to keep in mind that, number one, the guy is in tip-top shape, probably in better shape than 99% of the population. So there's that. You also have to consider that the guy has money, and I'm sure WWE's helping him out, so he has the best care in the world. And the other thing is that it was caught early. So whatever flare-up there was, they were able to handle it. So it was pretty much a best-case scenario, but when you add in all those factors, I think it's certainly possible. Now, as far as him being back goes and what do you do with him, that's a great question because I don't see a clear-cut match for him at WrestleMania now. You pretty much have all the key matches set up. Do you put him in there with Baron Corbin in a one-on-one match, or do you put him there against Ambrose? I don't know. At this point, there's no real clear direction for me when it comes to Roman Reigns, but I suspect WWE is going to put him in a match at WrestleMania. I think that's almost certainly going to happen. It's just a matter of who his opponent is. So, Big G, your take on it, and who do you think Roman Reigns should be going up against?
No, okay, so I'm glad Roman is back. I literally had chills when he came out. That's how happy I was for him to come to see him again after 5 months. To all the skeptics out there, it's not a work. Like we all said, he has all the money in the world. WWE or Vince helped him pay for all his treatment and stuff like that. Like Aaron, you said, they caught it early. And yes, a month ago he was filming Hobbs and Shaw with his cousin The Rock, and like Virtue said, you don't see no cancer patient filming an action movie like that. As far as what he's gonna be doing, I'm still calling it. I could see, well, obviously they might do something at Fastlane with the Shield from what happened on Monday, but I could see Roman Reigns being in Seth Rollins' corner at WrestleMania against Brock Lesnar, and even possible, like I said, Dean Ambrose being there, helping Seth Rollins defeat Brock Lesnar to win the Universal title. And if Dean Ambrose is leaving, if it's not a work, that he could celebrate with Seth and then he could ride off into the sunset. That's my opinion. TJS.
Well, I'll just say that I am very, very happy to see that Roman has beaten the thing again in such a short time. He really is a real-life superhero. There's no denying that. As far as this being a work goes, I don't think that it is, but I could see why people would think that it is because, I mean, WWE is very underhanded. We saw what they did with JR, making fun of his Bell's palsy, but granted, Bell's palsy is not leukemia, but still, I feel like WWE is very underhanded. But like I said, I don't think they're doing this. They do too many fundraisers and such. And he did appear on Good Morning America. As far as him getting physical goes, it made me happy because I thought that Roman was going to come out there and say, "I'm back," and then there would be no more TV time for him or whatever until after Mania. But when he came out and Superman punched those heels, I thought it was really cool. I'm really glad to see that the Shield is probably going to get back together, and there's no way Roman's not having a match at WrestleMania. Let's face it. If it's not already sold out, then they want to sell those tickets. They always want to get those top names on the WrestleMania card. So that's where that stands. He's definitely going to have a match. I'm guessing it's going to be with Baron Corbin. I don't know. I don't think he's going to be in the Universal title match, which this is going to be the first time he doesn't main event in what? Well, the Universal title match might not be the main event, so we'll just see what happens.
What if Ambrose and Roman team up and face the tag team champions at Mania and have the Shield have all the titles once again?
Well, Seth already has a match.
Now, what was that first hour rating, Aaron, of Raw this week? 3.1 million, 3.2?
Yeah, they did a pretty big number for the first hour, but then it did fall in the second and third hour. I'm not sure how many people knew about Reigns being on Raw at the start because WWE announced it like on Friday on social media. It wasn't announced on Raw the previous week. So I don't know how much of a difference Reigns made, but it was, I think, the best number since like August. So I think you could maybe attribute a little bit of that to Reigns and maybe some of it to Ric Flair. We'll see how next week goes. Now that Batista's back, Reigns is back. We'll see if WWE can keep the momentum going heading into WrestleMania. But I just wanted to add regarding Reigns, I'm happy that he's back for sure, and I can understand people being skeptical though because WWE is a company that does shady tactics. I mean, they've done some interesting things over the years with marketing, and they've done some promotional things that I'm not sure I would agree with, but and they're a company that likes to work people, so it doesn't necessarily surprise me that people would doubt this story. Just like when John Cena came back at the Royal Rumble in 2008, like 3 months after being injured, and the word was that he was going to miss WrestleMania, and he's back in 3 months, and people were skeptical of it. They were like, well, how can anybody recover that quickly? But again, I think it's all those factors I mentioned earlier that played a role in it, and I'm glad he's back. I'm glad he's healthy.
I think they should have Roman look a little vulnerable, like he's just not 100% yet physically. And of course, they did that spot where he looked good, coming out with Rollins on Raw. I think that there definitely needs to be an angle on Raw where Brock gets to him and F5s him a couple times, and it makes it clear that he can't recover from it, and he's just not ready yet, and he has to take a side role at Mania. I don't think he should be in a match. Now, WWE will probably go that way and put him in a tag match or against Corbin or this and that. He should look vulnerable, get more empathy and sympathy. We know his haters will come back. The harder he's pushed, that's what I'm waiting for. I can't wait. I'm ready. But until then, put sympathy and empathy on this guy. Let him take a beat. He'll be there, maybe in the corner. Actually, maybe not even do that, to be honest with you, because that would be too obvious that something could happen. Maybe just have Brock get his hands on Reigns, and then Reigns is just like off in the distance at Mania, not even anywhere near ringside, and let Rollins do it on his own. We got plenty of time to talk about this. Let Rollins do it on his own, then the celebration, then Roman comes out, maybe and hugs him at the end of Mania. We'll see, right? We got time, several weeks. Let's move on. We got another Hall of Fame member coming in, and of course, we got to get the gimmicks in there every year. So we're going back to the 80s. Perhaps one of the, if not the greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time. I believe he was the longest. It was such a great heel reign. I'm talking about the Honky Tonk Man. It was such a great heel reign that they could have a new up-and-comer called the Ultimate Warrior come out at SummerSlam 88 and beat him in less than a minute to an unbelievable pop, to an organic crowd that we do not get anymore. They don't care Honky Tonk Man wasn't the best in-ring worker, that he was a gimmick, an Elvis ripoff. They didn't care the Warrior was green. They loved that moment. And it's gone, but kudos to Honky Tonk. What's everyone's thoughts on Honky Tonk Man? And I hope Jimmy Hart's there to induct him, maybe even some Greg Valentine. TJS, I'll start with you.
I could have long sideburns and my hair slicked back. I come into town in my mean Cadillac. He's the Honky Tonk Man. Yeah, it's really good that he's going in. I obviously didn't. I wasn't born when he had his real prime time.
You weren't born when WCW was still in business.
TGS, he was one of the heel. Remember I said that I loved heels when I was a kid, and that's what got me invested in wrestling? He was one of those core groups that got me to be a wrestling fan. He was one of those guys.
I think that I'm really not so. I just feel like the Hall of Fame's really political at this point, like Aaron always says, and I honestly already thought Honky Tonk Man was in. So I just remember, I swear I've heard like WWE Hall of Famer, the Honky Tonk Man, but guess not. He made the IC title special though, and not really so special today, is it? What do you think, Aaron?
Well, I'm not really surprised that you weren't sure about him being in the Hall of Fame or not. I mean, let's face it, there's so many people in the Hall of Fame at this point. WWE lets pretty much anybody in, so it's very easy to get confused, and then you have the word legend thrown around a lot. WWE legend, who's not necessarily a Hall of Famer, and then you have the people that are Hall of Famers, so it can get confusing. Now, I'm very happy about Honky Tonk Man being there just because I think it'll be entertaining. I'm not really that surprised. I figured he would go in eventually. I know he's been quite negative about WWE over the years in shoot interviews. So he hasn't necessarily been in political favor with WWE over the years. But great character from the 80s when you think of classic 80s WWF characters. Honky Tonk Man's definitely at the top of that list. Very entertaining personality. And yeah, that SummerSlam 88 with the Ultimate Warrior, I love that match. I love the atmosphere there when the Warrior came out and hit the big splash to win the title, and the crowd just erupted. You just don't see those kind of reactions anymore, like Virtue said. And Honky was just an amazing heel. He did a great job, and I don't know if Jimmy Hart's going to induct him because there's the rumor about the Hart Foundation going in, but I feel like Jimmy Hart's the most fitting person to do it. I don't know who else would. Maybe Ricky Steamboat or somebody like that, but I feel like it should be Jimmy Hart. Big G, any other thoughts you have?
Not really. I mean, I was only 4 months old when he had lost the Intercontinental title to Ultimate Warrior. I did see that match on the network. I think that's the only match I've seen from the Honky Tonk Man. I know. I might have
Look
to
up Rhythm and Blues, and you'll see some. They had a nice little run as the tag team champions.
Okay, although I mean that's why you have the network for. You can go back and watch all these Hall of Famers that are in the Hall of Fame or are going into the Hall of Fame. But I think it's good for Honky Tonk Man. He's such a great character. I remember when he came out when I think Santino was the Intercontinental Champion, and Santino was trying to be the longest running Intercontinental Champion, and Honky Tonk Man came out.
Yeah, put up the honka-meter. I did want to add, there's a couple really good Honky Tonk matches that I remember, and I do want to mention the one with Randy Savage on Saturday night's main event. If you guys haven't seen that, you should check it out. The match where Elizabeth came out and, Honky Tonk Man and the Hart Foundation were beating down on Savage, and then Honky hit him with the guitar, and Elizabeth had to go to the back and bring out Hulk Hogan, and that's what got the Mega Powers going. That was a case of Honky Tonk Man just being an amazing heel. I think he shoved down Elizabeth and hit Savage with the guitar. Great stuff. Go ahead.
I did remember seeing that segment. I think it was like in '96 when Billy Gunn left Honky Tonk Man to team up with Road Dogg. So I do remember that. But that was later in Honky Tonk's career, I think. So.
Yeah, he had some good matches with a lot of top WWE babyfaces. Like WrestleMania 4, I enjoyed that match with Brutus Beefcake, and you had Sensational Sherry dressed up as Peggy Sue. You had Honky Tonk Man versus Hulk Hogan on one of those Saturday night's main events, which was another entertaining match. And then, like Virtue said, he had some entertaining stuff with Greg the Hammer Valentine as Rhythm and Blues. Maybe Valentine will do it.
Oh, they'll have to be very careful about that, though. Valentine's going to have a live mic. Anyway, let's move on. So good for you, Honky Tonk Man. Shake, rattle, and roll, baby. Releases. Now, last week, some of these releases weren't official, right? So here's my list, and Aaron, add to these. So TJP is no longer in WWE. Ty Dillinger, Hideo Itami, and Arn Anderson, from what I believe, the rumors say that him and Vince were at odds, and there might have even been a blow-up that led to Arn's release. Again, hearsay. So what's everyone's take on early spring cleaning? Did I miss anyone? And who else might you expect to maybe be released if a few more get tacked onto this list? Big G?
Well, TJP, not a big surprise. I mean, he was the first Cruiserweight champion of the new era when they had the Cruiserweight Classic. And he pretty much, as far as I remember, he didn't do much on 205 Live. After that, he had a couple feuds here and there. If anything, maybe he can go back to Impact as Suicide or whatever his name was. AEW for all I care. Ty Dillinger, like I said last week, he asked if he could go back to NXT, and they said no. So I guess he was like, you know what? I'm not doing anything on SmackDown. Give me my release, and I'll go somewhere bigger and better and prove you guys wrong. Tommy, the same thing. He could go back to Japan, to New Japan Pro Wrestling, and he'll be big over there and do bigger and better things. As far as Arn Anderson goes, maybe they did have a blow up. Maybe Vince, because he was a producer, right? If I'm not mistaken.
He did stuff in the office, yeah, and
Okay,
probably
so,
agented
Vince,
some matches.
maybe Vince got, you know what, you're not doing a good job for me. I'm letting you go. As far as other people leaving, maybe Cassius Ohno. You know, people down in NXT who aren't really happy doing what they do down there. Maybe they want to get released. I don't know. That's all I could think of. TJS.
Big G, you know Cassius Ohno joined NXT UK. He's over there now. That happened at a house show, or not a house show, but an NXT UK taping. So
Yeah, but that's only he didn't join. It's just they're having the NXT versus NXT UK like brands fight each other. Because I saw that, and it was just NXT versus NXT UK. He didn't join NXT UK officially.
Well, that's weird because I know that he did his little promo on NXT where he's like, "I'm leaving NXT." So I just thought that maybe he was joining NXT UK. Anyway, as far as the releases go, Dillinger doesn't surprise me. He hasn't done anything at all, really, on the main roster. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything outside of WWE without the 10 chant. It's just, he doesn't have the look or anything like that. He's not very charismatic. Sure, he's good in the ring, but I don't know, man. And
is he, though?
He's okay, I guess. I know that a lot of people give him praise for being like safe in the ring and everything like that. I don't know. Anyway, cruiserweights. The cruiserweight division is getting thinner than Baron Corbin's hair. It's getting outrageous. The cruiserweight division is so small now. People keep leaving.
Well, they're all small. They're under 205.
Yeah. I don't know. Hideo he tweeted that he was going to go back to Japan as Kenta, so maybe he'll do better off there. I'm sure he will. It really sucks because everyone was excited for him to sign, and then he just got injured constantly, and he never really took off from there. It was cool to see him use the GTS since it was his move, but he stopped using it eventually, and his momentum really stalled when he went to 5 Live. TJP, he was a staple of the Cruiserweight division when he first came in, winner of the Cruiserweight Classic. And it really sucks that he left because I thought that, it's probably important to keep your first Cruiserweight champion around. But no, he also lost a lot of momentum, I guess, when he turned heel. And he's gone too. We'll see what happens with him. I'm sure he won't have any trouble finding work. And Arn Anderson, that's probably the biggest surprise out of all of them for me, because he's been with WWE for so long, and then for him to just get fired like this, it's very peculiar. I'm not sure what happened. I read the report about the altercation with Vince, but I don't think Vince's temperament's that bad where he would just fire a guy on a whim like that. This probably was a gradual thing. I don't know, but like I said, Arn is the biggest shocker of all for me. Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, with Arn Anderson, it could have been a case where they were just looking for a reason to get rid of him, and there was some sort of incident, and that was that. I mean, who knows? Not much else to really say about the releases. I'm not surprised by them. I could see guys like Mike Kanellis, Maria, possibly being next to go, just based off of their comments on social media. He's been quite vocal about being unhappy. I mean, anybody who's been upset about their spot, and then the guys that really are not being utilized at all. I'm surprised Ascension's still there, considering WWE hasn't done anything with them for the longest time. Wouldn't shock me if Tyler Breeze goes eventually. Fandango, even though he's been injured. These are the guys that haven't really been doing much of anything, and as the roster gets more and more crowded, you're going to see those guys that haven't been used be pushed even further aside. So those are the guys that I would look out for to probably be the next to go.
How long do you think before some of these NXT people that are up now, and even the batch like an EC3 group and Lacey Evans group, and then of course your Gargano, Ciampa, and put them all out there before nothing happens with them, and we can start talking about them wanting to be released.
Right.
Think any of them?
EC3 is already seeming to be out of favor with WWE Creative. He was on Main Event and lost to, I forgot the person he lost to. Oh, Apollo Crews.
Yeah.
Yeah, so EC3, I wonder if they've already given up on him.
That's the thing. I don't understand. Like I mentioned before, I don't understand why they brought him up when they have nothing for them to do.
That's what they do
On the main roster.
That's what they do.
They sign and sign and sign and sign with no direction. It's like a talent queue. They just put everyone in this pool, and they're like, okay, we got all these guys. What do we do? And then when there's nothing to do, the guys are like, F this. Like, I'm tired of just waiting around to not be used.
The only thing that they have to do, and there's just no time on it because WWE doesn't know how to use 3 hours and 2 hours on television. If these NXT wrestlers aren't given enough time to perform their match, which is what the fans know them as, then they're really nothing. I mean, look at Bobby Roode, right? He was his entrance gimmick in NXT. People would be excited to see his matches just because he would do the glorious. Now he's in a tag match. All of these guys are subject to ridicule now going forward, and I'm talking Aleister Black, because Ciampa, Gargano, Ricochet, because they're all going to blend in. Now, Ricochet at least has that ability, probably better than anybody else in the company in terms of flying anti-gravity. He is better doing that than Hardy was in his prime. I mean, Ricochet might be with maybe Will Ospreay a little bit, but they might be the best aerial guy ever, and he hasn't even scratched the surface of being on the big stage yet. And this is coming from me, people. Right? I'm not but I'm not going to deny what I see. He's a freak in the ring, out of the ring, above the ring. So I'm going to call he's going to be the most successful out of all of these guys on the main roster, my opinion. Even though, look at Finn Balor, look at some of these others, but he already made Finn Balor look average. You know how Finn Balor relies on his moving around, being small? Ricochet made Finn Balor just look like a normal guy. That's how good Ricochet is.
Neville was the same thing, and look where he is at now. You know?
Ricochet is way above Neville. I'm serious. I've seen him. He just I don't know how he does it. I don't know how a human being can do what he does.
Right.
I'm serious. He's good. Very good. I won't say great yet.
Ricochet is that cool entrance too. Also, like that helps him. That helps him.
So we'll see. But don't care about TJP. Don't care about Ty Dillinger. Hideo Itami, probably best off in Japan. And Arn will go home and enjoy retirement, or possibly become an agent in All Elite Wrestling. I'm sure that'll happen. So let's move on. Talking about one guy goes out, another guy comes in. Brother Love makes his return backstage as Vince McMahon's #1 yes man, and that is Bruce Pritchard. Played the Brother Love character in the 80s and early 90s. Managed The Undertaker for a little bit. He worked for WWE as a booker with Vince, part of creative for the longest time. Finally got let go. Did some work in TNA. Did his podcast. Guess who's back? So what's everyone's thoughts on Bruce Pritchard? I don't think he's going to move the needle creatively. Now, I think it was a coincidence, his first Raw, that he was backstage. A lot of exciting things happened. I believe from the information I've gathered, he probably sat with Vince for most of the show in gorilla position, helping feed lines to the ring announcers. But with that said, he knows he was with Vince during a very creative period of WWE back in the 90s, when it was crappy and it turned into the Attitude Era. Didn't he do stuff, Aaron, in the early 2000s too, I believe, with the booking committee before Stephanie got fully involved?
Yeah, he
did.
He was involved pretty heavily until he left, which was 2008. So
yeah. So what do you think, Aaron?
I think it's a good thing for him to be back. Now, one could argue that maybe it would be better to have some fresh faces in there, to have some new creative visions instead of going back to the past. One could argue that. But at the same time, Pritchard knows his stuff. He knows Vince really well. He has a good track record of being involved creatively at WWE's most successful periods in history. So maybe this will be a positive. I do think it's too early to tell. It's only 1 week. Let's see how things play out over the next several weeks. Let's see how things play out at WrestleMania and beyond. But yeah, I'm a fan of it. I wouldn't have minded seeing Vince Russo come back, but I don't think that's going to happen. Again, that's going back to the past, so I don't know if that would even work
The
out.
difference is, Aaron, though, I think Bruce is a yes man. He'll say a lot to Vince, what Vince wants to hear. Russo is not, and people never change. So I just don't think Russo and Vince could ever coexist again, because I don't think Vince would ever forgive Russo for leaving him to go to the competitor. I think that really stung McMahon, because remember that changed the creative direction. It used to be a small team of a couple of guys and Vince in their living room, riding in the limos on the airplanes. After that happened, Vince started the process of getting multiple writers. It changed the complete outlook of how WWE creative was when Russo and Ed Ferrara left, and it's really never been the same creatively since. A little bit here and there. Heyman did a good job on SmackDown for a little while, but nothing consistent. So, any other thoughts, or pass it on?
I'm just curious to see how Pritchard does, and I do think it will be at least somewhat of a positive change. Big G, your thoughts?
Like you said, I think it'll be good. Hopefully, in the long run, like you said, it's only been a week. Is he also doing SmackDown, or is he just doing Raw?
I believe he's doing all aspects of creative in WWE.
Wherever Vince is, he'll be at.
Pretty much.
Okay, so, I mean, we'll see where it goes, And then you had all these new producers hired as well. So.
Yeah, who are they, Big G? Abyss? Sanjay Dutt? Hurricane?
And Double J.
Double J.
So, basically, all the Impact guys. No, I'm kidding.
They're going to change to the six-sided ring?
God, I hope not.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
We'll make it a pay-per-view, Aaron. It'll be a pay-per-view. It'll replace like Hell in a Cell. It'll be called Six Sides of Ropes.
Yeah.
Not much else to say right now. We'll give it a month, and we'll see if anything's changed. And if nothing's changed, then we know that Bruce Pritchard is a yes man and does whatever Vince says. TJS,
do you think we'll see Brother Love at all? Now, I know today's wrestling fans don't get what me and Aaron got when we were a kid. But with Vince McMahon in charge, he still loves bringing back the oldies but goodies. Do you think we'll get one Brother Love appearance on TV, even if it's just a backstage Thanksgiving eating a turkey leg or something?
Yeah, wasn't he at Raw 25, I believe? Wasn't he?
Yeah. He's been at a bunch of shows over the years, so they have brought him back for cameos. So yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance we'll see him again.
I love you, EC3. All right, go ahead.
Oh God,
sorry, I'm tired.
Do you guys think that Brother Love was brought in to replace Arn Anderson? Do you guys think
the timing? I mean, I don't know exactly what Arn did, right? But Vince likes to have that guy that's right there to talk to on limo rides and plane rides and.
Well, you know what people find funny? The fact that Undertaker is doing StarCast with Conrad Thompson, who is Bruce Pritchard's co-host, and all of a sudden Bruce Pritchard's going back to WWE. People find that to be quite interesting, the timing of that.
Are they still doing that podcast, Aaron? I mean, especially with Conrad's involvement with AEW?
I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Yes, we will.
It's like you said. It's good to have change in the creative department. I think like you guys said, we just got a bunch of new producers. How many producers do they have? Good Lord, there's got to be at least 10 of them. There's a lot. And I know Michael Hayes is one of them. And
yeah, he's still with the company. He's been with them all that time, hasn't he?
Yeah, and then Road Dogg, of course.
Jamie Noble.
Yeah, Finley too. I think it's really weird how they just make wrestlers backstage agents for some reason. I don't know.
Maybe because they know what they're doing. They know how to put together a match.
Do they? Because I've been waiting for a better direction with WWE, and we haven't gotten it yet.
Well, they're not. Keep in mind, they're not writing the shows per se. I mean, maybe Road Dogg has a role in that creatively, but they're putting together the actual layout of the match. Helping the guys, get everything together for their matches.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. But they're not in the creative department. They're just like laying out the match, basically. That's what a producer does, not not creative. But okay.
Right.
Yeah. So I do think it's probably a bit of a coincidence that Raw and SmackDown were so good this week, and it was Bruce Pritchard's first week back. We're going to just have to see what happens from here on out. Because Kevin Owens could have been ready to go like last week, and this could have been the plan all along before they even brought Bruce back. Just like with Reigns. It was reported that Vince found out last week that Reigns was good to go. And Bruce is on the creative team now, so everyone's like, oh, Bruce Pritchard did this. You have Bruce Pritchard to thank. If we get a consistent product every week, then I'll take my words back. I'll eat my words. But for now, I want to just see what happens. So.
All right, noted. Now, Ronda Rousey laid down the Raw Women's Championship in the middle of the ring and walked away because she wants Becky to be in this match. So a month ago, a couple months ago, everybody was clamoring, we want Becky and Ronda to close out Mania. One-on-one, Becky and Ronda. Well, Vince McMahon worked his, and yes, Aaron, I know you know that Vince trolled everybody when he said that we are the authority. He's going to give everybody what he wants. He set that up so he can come back and make all these changes that nobody wants. Brilliant piece of Vince McMahon. That's why he's a legend to me, because I love when he works the fans that want something in particular. So everybody wanted the one-on-one match. Charlotte got involved thanks to Vince McMahon. Right now, clearly we know Becky will be added again, and it will be a triple threat. What was the crowd chanting, TJS? I'm going to ask you. On Raw. What were they chanting? Triple threat. Were they not?
Oh, yeah.
They were chanting triple threat. I thought they wanted one-on-one Becky versus Ronda. See how Vince McMahon knows what they want. They wanted a triple threat all along. So, but what does everybody think with this angle? Like, do you think this will be the way they get Becky back into it so Ronda takes her championship back? Do you think that maybe they'll strip her of it and make it vacant, put it on Charlotte? What do you think? TJS, I'll start with you. This is interesting to me.
Yeah, as far as the fans chanting triple threat, I've got one word to say. Fickle! Anyway, I do like where this is going. Man, I don't know why people keep hating on Ronda. When I was at that house show, there were people chanting, like, there were two, like, neckbeards behind me that kept talking about Ronda. They're like, Ronda's terrible. You guys aren't. These guys are just like the fat, virgin, like 40-year-olds that live with their mom, and they.
Oh, we know who neckbeards are.
They were just constantly screaming, and it was getting on my nerves because they were like, "Ronda's terrible, Ruby, you should have beat her," and I was like, "Shut up!" Like Ronda's not even bad. I get that she gets flustered on the mic and everything, but damn.
And they need to protect her better. You know what I mean? They need to book her promos to her strengths versus weaknesses, and they don't do that. That's on creative or producer's fault.
I feel like she's getting the what was it, the succotash or something like that. Like
suffering succotash.
She gets excited and she talks too fast. That's her problem. She needs to slow down. Charlotte's kind of slower now and not bad. She's getting better on the mic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all the alliteration that Ronda's using, like the words that are so similar sounds, and it's just a tongue twister because she gets excited and wants to deliver it really fast. Like you said, I think that we are going to get a triple threat, and I really do like where this is going with Ronda giving up the title, and now Charlotte saying, like, oh, I'm going to be crowned the women's champion on Raw. Tune in, guys. I think that's cool. I want... So I guess what you could do here is have Stephanie award Charlotte the title, and then you could have Charlotte versus Ronda versus Becky at WrestleMania. So then you could have Becky tap out Charlotte, and you could say, Ronda could say, I never actually lost my title, so I want the rematch. And then after that, you can build up to the 4 horsewomen, I think.
And that makes people mad. They wanted to see Becky beat Charlotte clean for that title, and it's all this manipulation now to protect Ronda, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm fine with... I think Ronda does need to be protected. I think she sells a little too much sometimes. She's supposed to be the baddest on the planet. Don't think it's really right how she looks vulnerable all the time. So it's just interesting. As far as I'm concerned, I still think this triple threat should close Mania. Well, that's just me.
It should.
Yeah.
TJ, Big G, what do you think?
Well, I'm kind of digging this as well. It was kind of interesting seeing Ronda put the title on the ground and walk away because she's not getting what she wants. Like we all said, she does flub her lines a little bit. She talks really fast. Ronda Rousey, please take note. Watch your girl Shayna Baszler on NXT. Talk like her.
Ooh.
Be
this
heelish.
is coming from her slave boy.
Be heelish. Shayna Baszler said these 3 things. Don't piss us off, don't question us, and don't get in our way. Ronda should be the same exact way. She should say to Vince, see, I'm flubbing my lines now. She should say, Vince, don't get in my way. I want this match with Becky Lynch. Give it to me. Or I'm getting the F out and I'm going back to UFC. Something like that. Not getting all excited and flubbing her lines and but
like that right there.
Yeah. But what I think is gonna happen or should happen, the title should be vacant, and then all 3 of them can fight for it at WrestleMania, and Becky could tap out Charlotte
in a
or
ladder
Ronda.
match. No. All right, that's a good point. Good points. Yeah.
Shayna, also known as Sharon Corbin, is she's a heel though, and that's the thing. Like, you don't want Ronda to be the heel here.
But she needs to be a heel though. If she's gonna be the baddest woman on the planet, you do not want the baddest woman on the planet flubbing lines, saying, I want this match, give me this match. No, you demand this match. I'm your women's champion. You give me this match.
You are our women's champion. You're the NoDQ women's champion. Okay.
Does Ronda Rousey?
I got you though. I know what you mean.
Does Ronda give you guys like female Hulk Hogan vibes, or is it just me? Like when her music hits, for some reason.
Well, that's how it should be.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, she kind of reminds me of like the female Hogan.
As she should.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's also why Charlotte's in the match too. I think because they want Ronda to get cheered. Also, so I guess what it's going to be is Charlotte will be booed at Mania heavily, Ronda slightly, Becky will get cheered. And man, with Ronda calling the title a belt, that was interesting.
Stephanie did it too.
Yeah, did you see what Becky tweeted? She said, okay, Ronda, you can go get that belt. She emphasized belt back from Stephanie.
They're playing into the fan because we all know there's a list that they don't like, of the words they don't like use. I'm telling you, there's somebody back there that's playing against all the internet fans. They're giving them these little tidbits.
Right, because the fans think that it's, a big deal about the term belt being used. So their attitude is, well, if we use the word belt, the fans are going to be like, wait a minute, maybe this is real. This isn't scripted because they're saying belt. So,
Aaron, you have to elaborate on this whole situation. Now, what do you think?
Well, I'm fine with whatever they do as long as Becky wins the title, and I think she should beat Ronda. I think Ronda should be the one taking the fall at WrestleMania, and as long as that's the end result, then whatever they do to get there, I'm cool with. I think it's interesting. They're keeping people guessing as to what's going to happen next, which is always a good thing. You want to be surprised. You want to be able to have these twists and turns in the story. Is Ronda going to be stripped of the title? I don't think so, because to quote Vince, that would be bad for business. Ronda is a big star, and her leaving and having her just leave the title there isn't good for business. So I think that there's going to be some sort of angle where Becky gets an opportunity to get back into the match, and then maybe she faces Charlotte at Fastlane, or they do something where Becky wins her way back into the match and you do the triple threat. And my feeling is Becky will beat Ronda at WrestleMania, and I think Charlotte's in the match for the sake of Charlotte getting the rub off of Ronda Rousey, just like Becky will.
Aaron, what would you think about this? What if they award Charlotte the title, and they're like, okay, we need a women's match for WrestleMania, so we'll bring back Becky, and since Ronda thinks that she can walk out on us, she's out of WrestleMania. So then you have Ronda you have Charlotte versus Becky set up, and then Ronda comes in and makes it a triple threat at WrestleMania, like a surprise appearance. Do you think she would get a pop that way?
She might, but I don't think WWE will do that with Ronda. You know, they could make that argument that nobody's bigger than WWE, but Ronda's star power is legitimately important to the company. So I don't think they're going to portray her character as somebody who's replaceable. So I don't think they'll do that.
I personally hope that I really do expect Becky to be the Raw Women's Champion after Mania. I would even think it's insulting, if Charlotte got it. I could see Ronda retain to a point maybe, but I could see the whole Vince McMahon putting it on Charlotte to piss everyone off. That would be bad taste. But to me, it doesn't matter how Becky becomes champion. Everyone's so fixated. Got to beat Ronda. Got to pin Ronda. Got to beat Ronda. Just give her the title. Just give her the title. It's not the one-on-one era anymore. It's multiple person era. I mean, that's what it is. But I get what you're saying. Fans of Becky want to see her beat the best.
Well, here's the thing. If Ronda is leaving to start a family, she should be putting over Becky, in my opinion, no questions asked. Now,
first of all, where that rumor came from, it's still a very big rumor. I mean, sure, Ronda might have had. I'll believe that when she's actually gone.
Right.
Go ahead.
If Ronda's sticking around after WrestleMania, then you don't necessarily have to have Ronda take the fall there. But yeah, because you could always do Becky and Ronda one-on-one to settle their unfinished business. But if Ronda's leaving after WrestleMania, that's going to be her last match for a while. I think she needs to put over Becky.
Well, if that's the case, then what's the point of having Charlotte in the match if she's not going to take the fall?
So Charlotte can get the rub. She can get the rub. And that was apparently the original plan all along, was to do Charlotte versus Ronda. And then once Becky got really hot, they changed plans. And then somebody decided, with Becky getting hurt, Charlotte getting in Survivor Series, the idea came up, let's just do a triple threat with all three of them.
Do you think Charlotte really needs the rub, though?
She's one of their top stars.
Any wrestler, Charlotte, Becky, any professional wrestler always needs the rub off of a mainstream star like Ronda. You know what I mean? Let's face it, Ronda is more known globally than Charlotte and Becky. Seriously, outside of the wrestling bubble. So even though she lost bad her last two fights. All right, moving on. So great discussion. Let's get this topic done really quick, and then we got two big ones to close the review. So the Hardys. Matt is back. I thought his spine was fusing with his tailbone or some crazy injury. And lo and behold, he went into the lake of reincarnation, and we got right in time for WrestleMania season. And Big Jim, I'm going to start with you. You got the biggest smile on your face right now. Matt and Jeff are back, and are we going to get Hardys and Usos, baby, for WrestleMania? What do you think?
Well, it's good to see Matt that he's back. It looked like he's lost some weight. His hair is growing out longer again. It looks like the Matt Hardy from like TNA back in the day, where it was not braided, but cornrowed or whatever. We could see the Usos versus the Hardys at WrestleMania, because it looks like the Hardys are going to be there for another year, so they could win the SmackDown tag team titles and kind of build that tag team division up again. Even though the Raw tag team division is looking kind of crappy right now, but we'll see what happens. It's best for both Matt and Jeff, because it gives them something to do, and it gives the tag team division another tag team in SmackDown. Even though they have the Clones and the Good Brothers and Sandy D that they never use, and we always see the New Day and the Usos, and who's another tag team that we see a lot recently now on SmackDown? Who? Oh yeah, the Bar. Yeah. Yeah, and now Shane McMahon and The Miz are in the tag team division too. I want that thing to be over with. So yeah, we'll see what happens with Matt and Jeff. We got another year with them. We'll see what happens. TJS?
Number one, WWE advertised Johnny Gargano versus Cesaro for SmackDown, and we didn't get it. So I'm a little pissed about that, because that would have been a great match. It was really weird, because Jeff Hardy's music is the Hardy Boys' music. So, I guess the fans live, they didn't really pop until they read the entrance graphic that said Hardy Boys instead of just Jeff Hardy, which is what he usually says. So, cool, I guess. I kind of was happy to see Matt back. I prefer his Logan character though, but I get this nostalgia thing that they're apparently going to tap into again. There was a backstage interview with Matt, and he was like, "Oh, I've learned to control my Woken self, so I'm just regular Matt Hardy." This was on the WWE YouTube channel. When it's not important to give the fans any follow-up to the storyline or anything, you can just put it on the YouTube.
But you know what, TJS, the delete gimmick, that whole broken gimmick in TNA, it worked for them. It worked for them because they got back to WWE to make more money. They had that awesome return at WrestleMania. Now they're going to have another run. You know what I mean? It got, to Vince McMahon, who are the Hardys. All of a sudden, people are talking about them in the Indies because of the delete gimmick. Sure, Vince McMahon doesn't understand that, but he's like, people are talking about the Hardys again. I believe they would have came back, but they got a bigger role because of that deleted gimmick. I mean, look at that WrestleMania return a couple years ago. That was like pretty impressive.
Yeah. So it was a huge, huge pop at Mania. And it didn't even make any sense to add them to the match, but people were like, Hardys. So I get it. But I really would prefer, like, if they were the Broken Hardys, just for something new, because I'm kind of just tired of the same old Hardy Boys routine. Quite frankly, I would have rather had Matt Hardy be the Raw general manager if it was up to me. I thought that would have been way better than what we're doing with this McMahon family gimmick. But yeah, Usos versus Hardys, I don't think that match has ever happened. So it's going to be interesting. Not really sure what's going to happen with Shane and The Miz from here. I certainly don't see them challenging for the titles at Mania. They have their rematch at Fastlane, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think we'll probably have Hardys versus Usos, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, sounds like a good match, but what does that mean for Miz and Shane? What's going to happen with those guys?
Just give them a singles match. Just Miz versus Shane. Just do it.
That's gonna be a slow match too, because Miz works safe, Shane works safe until he does the high spot. So, man, I don't know.
I could see, but see, if a match like that kicked off Mania, not the kickoff show, but the first match of the main card, fans would be excited. Give them like 10 or 12 minutes. I think it would work.
Give us the really edgy Miz again, where he's screaming and hollering instead of, my dad said he was proud of me.
Well, I think Shane's gonna need to like mess with Mrs. son or daughter, right?
Yeah, Monroe, Sky.
Yeah.
And he's having another one also, which is, and I can't blame the guy. Have you seen Maurice?
Hey, Miz is getting it in, bro. He's getting it.
TJS, she's no EC3. Let's be real here.
Fair enough.
All right, but yeah, anyways, I really don't have anything else to add to it. I'm happy Matt Hardy's back. He looks to be in great shape, so good for him. I'm glad to see him back with Jeff, and it creates some new opportunities for tag team feuds, maybe with the Usos, maybe with the Bar, maybe with Aleister Black and Ricochet. Lots of new matchups we can see now, so thumbs up. I like it, and that's all I got to say about that.
All right, let's move over to Smack. Well, we are in SmackDown here with the Hardys. So
main event.
Not the main event. This is a semi-main event.
Well, then we're going into overtime.
Because to me, Kofi Kingston does not belong in the main event. Ooh. And boy, was I ecstatic. Now, I was happy and angry at the same time when this went down, right? So Kofi's ready to sign the contract to face Daniel Bryan in Fastlane. And here comes Vince McMahon. And he says, Kofi, you're not in the match. Just like he did with Charlotte Becky. I mean, except Kofi didn't get suspended. This is uncanny, this Vince McMahon character. And then here comes Kevin Owens to take Kofi's place. So immediately I'm like, Kofi's not even getting the match. And then, of course, it dawned on me, oh, my God, everyone's going to say, that's because Kofi's getting the match at WrestleMania. Perhaps, right? Perhaps. But it's not WrestleMania yet. And I would be surprised before Kofi got a one-on-one match against Daniel Bryan at WrestleMania, it would be a multiple-person match for the title at Mania before Kofi and Bryan one-on-one. Everybody's so fixed on Becky, Ronda, Kofi, Bryan. We want what we want. Come on, people. Vince McMahon's a billionaire. You're not. All right, so that's the topic. KO returns and leapfrogs Kofi in line. Big G, you're smiling, but I'm not going to start with you. Aaron, I'm going to start with you because KO, everyone's like, oh, I hope when he comes back they give him something good, right? A lot of people like KO. He comes back, automatically takes Kofi's spot, going to face Bryan at Fastlane. I can't believe KO took Kofi's spot. So go ahead. What's your thoughts?
Well, it's interesting for sure. I mean, I'm definitely intrigued, but I'm confused about KO. Is he a babyface? Is he a heel? I'm not really sure. And will the crowd even react properly to the match, or will they just crap on it because it's not Kofi Kingston versus Daniel Bryan? You know, is it going to be like 2015 when Roman Reigns gets injected into the
But
match?
Kofi Kingston was flinging pancakes 2 weeks ago. Why do we care? Why do we care if it's Kofi? Because
he's got momentum and he's been around for 11 years.
Because Ali got punched by Randy Orton in the eye or whatever happened.
It's a cool
Now
story. A guy who's been there in the company for 11 years busting his ass.
I like Kofi Kingston, but he's a good little hand.
And he's a delicious flavor of the month.
Boom. No, Marks like to think they booked the show. God.
Well, guess what? You know what's good for business? First full black WWE champion at WrestleMania. Great publicity. He goes on all the shows. That is business as far as Vince is concerned.
First of all, if you're going to have the first African-American champion, make it a superstar, not a mid-card, upper mid-carder. I'm just saying. Kofi's a good little hand. He's a potential future Hall of Fame.
You sound like Triple H now.
They put Honky Tonk Man in the Hall of Fame for being a great mid-card, upper mid-card heel. Kofi can make the Hall of Fame for being a mid-card, upper mid-card
Which he will.
So, 11 years, again, we go back to Jinder Mahal, right? I get it. He didn't deserve that, right? Why does Kofi deserve this? Because he worked 11 years.
Kofi wasn't jobbing on main event.
On our fake kayfabe PWI 500, Aaron loves me plugging that. In 2017, Jinder was number 30. In 2018, Jinder was number 14, higher than Kofi Kingston ever got.
Well, what's he going to be this year, like 396?
But still, he probably still makes like 100, because usually, even if you're on TV enough, you fall. But doesn't matter. It's a 2-year run they gave. But again, we're not talking about Jinder. He's just he was a flavor of the month for me, just like Kofi's a flavor of the month for you. All right, who wants to take this next? Because
I would say he's a more fulfilling flavor than, say, like a Zack Ryder or any number of guys.
Of course, you would say that about Zack Ryder.
Yeah, screw Zack Ryder.
Kofi is.
Go ahead, next. Whoever, this is it, man.
Kofi has been consistent for the last 11 years. That's what
consistently in the mid card. I agree with you.
Yeah, and don't you think it's time for a push then? If he's been in the mid card,
it would have been right in the middle of his 5-6 years ago, maybe. But
isn't that the thing? You're supposed to work your way up from the mid card. That's what he's done. He's
7 years.
Hey, he's grinded for so long, and now
I would rather have Ziggler be on TV in Kofi's spot right now.
I mean, to me, it's like Mick Foley. When Mick Foley was in the mid-card for the longest time, and then he became WWE champion relatively quickly, and that was during the Vince Russo era. So
in the mid-card for the longest time when he had that Boiler Room Brawl against The Undertaker in '96.
Was that the main event?
And he was in the Hell in a Cell. Those are very high, prominent matches.
Was it main event? Was it the main event? Kofi Kingston's been in the Elimination Chamber. He's been in key positions in the Royal Rumble. He's been in matches with Randy Orton.
He was in a multiple-man main event for the. Oh yeah, there you go. On a show where it didn't have Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns.
But it was. Hey, it was the main event nonetheless.
He gets a lot of TV time. New Day has been
garbage.
All over the place.
This newfound Kofi. No, it's like under a rock, and you flip under the rock, and next thing you know, you find a shiny lucky stone, and hey, I'm naming the stone Kofi.
Yeah, that's just like Mick Foley. That's the same thing they did with Mick Foley.
The comparisons are awful. The Becky Stone Cold comparison is trash. Because she got taken out in handcuffs, right? Stone Cold came back. Becky didn't. So there you go. But yeah, let's compare Kofi to Mick Foley. Are you serious, Aaron Red? Oh my gosh. All right, who wants to take it next? TJS, are you talking?
Yeah.
Go.
I'll go. So, are we supposed to just forget that Kevin Owens viciously assaulted Vince McMahon?
Yes.
Did that not happen?
That never happened.
Did he not? What was it? Shane jumped off the cell and almost died because of Sami Zayn and Kevin. They just completely tortured the McMahon family. But he's in the match, damn it. As a babyface, I should mention, because...
Vince doesn't care about his family, and Vince taking the headbutt from Owens, Vince likes manliness. That show,
apparently
I
nobody
respect
cares
that.
about their family anymore. Charlotte didn't even care about Ric Flair being attacked.
And that's okay. So I have another gripe. The last time we saw Kevin Owens, he was on Raw. The last time we saw Matt Hardy, he was on Raw. Charlotte has moved to Raw from SmackDown. What the hell's going on with this brand split? What's the point?
Charlotte was on SmackDown still, though.
What? Charlotte? Yeah. So, anyway, what is the point of this brand split if you're not having competitive shows? There's no competition between the general managers. It's just the McMahon family running everything. Anyway, I watched NoDQ live on demand, and Aaron talked about how Kevin Owens just signed the damn contract despite Kofi's name being on it, which we've seen the contracts. They usually do close-ups, like WWE title match, Kofi versus Daniel, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like this is just the flip-flop. Kofi is probably going to do Mania. Kevin is going to do Fastlane. And he also used the stunner.
It's easy to assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what other direction is there for Brian, if not Kofi?
Multiple person match, and I'm calling now. He's going to be in a multiple person match because they're not going to know who they want to face him at Mania.
Well, we do. Okay, look, we have a big problem with WrestleMania right now. Becky is set to win the title probably. Seth is set to win the title probably. And if Kofi's in the match, people are going to want him to win the title. This is going to water down all those moments because there's going to be so many of them. And that's the problem with too many titles. Because Seth is going to get his big reaction when he wins. Kofi might win. Who the hell knows?
Maybe not.
Yeah, it'll be the first black WWE champion, like you guys said. But
And maybe not knowing WWE, Virtue may be right. They may just throw it out there just to make the fans happy, but then Kofi loses, third match of the night.
Well, see, Aaron, you were right, though. If they were going to do that with Kofi, it should have been this month.
Right.
Yeah.
Capitalize on it. Jeez.
Yeah, because you're right, TGS. So they can't really tell that same story for all three major titles.
Yeah, like with WrestleMania 30, what made it so special was it was a full show story. You had Daniel Bryan work his way up from the beginning of the card and then win in the main event. Did you want to say something, Aaron?
I was just going to say, yeah, to do that big celebration thing for all three titles would be overkill. And I just wanted to add, I'm laughing because I'm still picking Brock to retain against Seth Rollins, especially now that Roman's back. Would not shock me. I'm sticking with it. I said it a month ago. I'm sticking with it. Brock Lesnar is going to retain the Universal title at WrestleMania. And I hope I'm wrong, but I'm going with that as my prediction officially.
Well, a couple more things about Kevin. In the backstage interview, they were like, "Oh, Kevin, why the hell are you here?" And he's like, "Vince McMahon called me and asked me to do this, and he said I have a family at home. I need the money to support them. Being the champion means more money, blah, blah, blah." Basically the Walter White / Heath Slater gimmick. And he said that he has all the respect in the world for Kofi. So, babyface Owens. You saw him do the Tope Con Hero, and he was doing the missile drop kick. Babyface, doing high-flying moves. Didn't beat up Kofi after the match, but he's not going to get cheered if he's not Kofi. That's the problem. And I feel like Brian is really being overshadowed by this whole Kofi and Kevin thing, and I don't like it because I think Daniel deserves better. I want him to hold the title even after Mania. Finally, with the Owen Stunner thing, what do you guys think? Do you think that's going to be his new finisher? Because he did hit the sit-out pop-up powerbomb later or earlier in the match, and it was kicked out of, and then he gets the Stunner. 1, 2, 3. Interesting. You guys think that's going to be his new finish, Big G?
Yeah, I think it is going to be his new finisher. Like you said, Brian kicked out of the pop-up powerbomb beforehand. As far as Kevin Owens coming back and leaping over Kofi Kingston, I'm fine with it. If they had all the confidence in the world with Kofi Kingston, they would have went with it years ago or even at Elimination Chamber.
Yes.
Even back in 2009 with Randy Orton, they could have pushed him back. They kind of pushed him, but it was still like a mid-card kind of push. Kevin Owens, I mean, he looks in great shape. You know, he lost weight. He got his new tattoo. Baby face all around. Hit the stunner. Will he win at Fastlane? Probably not. And will Kofi be at WrestleMania? Possibly. It could be a triple threat. Could be a fatal four-way. I'm still saying, you know, throw Luke Harper in there and Bray Wyatt, you know. Like Virtue said, and I agree with him 100% now, have Harper join Bryan and Rowan, have Wyatt come back possibly after Fastlane pay-per-view, you know, like the lights, Bryan retains against Owens, the lights go out, you see Harper join, like you see Harper with Bryan and Rowan trying to beat up Kevin Owens, lights go out again, Bray Wyatt is there to save Kevin Owens. And we'll see what happens, you know.
You know, and nobody should beat Bryan. Bryan should run this title, just run it for a long time and build this little, whatever it's called, this little cult of Earth.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and I like that they have people like Kofi where people really want to see them win, because then if they let Bryan retain, it's going to make them genuinely grow to hate Bryan, and that's what you're supposed to do with heels. All right, is everybody ready for the main event? Oh, TJS isn't. Go ahead.
If I had to say, if I had to choose between Kofi winning the title and Bryan retaining, I want Bryan to retain. I just want him to hold it and hold it and hold it.
Yeah, and whoever said, was that you, Big G? Who said it's getting overshadowed? Daniel Bryan.
Yeah,
that was you, TJS. I agree. That's a good way to put it. The Kofi Mania is overshadowing this great heel run that Daniel Bryan is just beginning. So. All right, but let's go to the land of the actual main eventers and talk about Ric Flair, Triple H, and Batista, the real main eventer. So Ric Flair was supposed to come out to his birthday celebration on Raw. Sting was out there. Everybody was out there. Hoorah, yeah, woo. And guess what? We didn't even see Ric come out. Why? Because they cut backstage. Of course, they didn't show what Batista did to him, but Batista drug him. Lifeless Ric Flair just laying there and said, now do I got your attention, Triple H? This is clearly has to lead to Triple H versus Batista one-on-one. Here's what I'm thinking, though. Are the fans going to turn on this match? Aaron, what's your thoughts with Batista?
Well, I'm happy to see him back, but as I've said before in the past, I'm not really a fan of Batista versus Triple H again. I'd rather see somebody else get that spot rather than Triple H. I feel like Triple H every year has to have a WrestleMania main event. He has to be in it. And to me, I'm just tired of it. I want to see some fresh faces in there. I want to see some fresh matchups. We've already seen Batista and Triple H, and they had a match at WrestleMania 21 that was, 14 years ago? And to me, it wasn't really that great of a match. So we're going to have another match with these guys 14 years later. I'm just not really feeling it. I know Batista wants to do it, so, they're going to do what Batista wants, but I'd rather see Batista versus somebody we haven't seen before.
Yeah.
Well, he's apparently recovered for it. He's good to go for WrestleMania now.
That looked bad, man, when it happened. Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to see, Batista versus, how about Roman Reigns? Roman Reigns needs an opponent for WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Unfinished business from that Royal Rumble.
That's very interesting, Aaron, and I would not be opposed to that, even though I think they should slow roll Roman's return, but that would be intriguing if he wrestled on behalf of WWE, Ric Flair, Triple H.
I like that a lot better.
That's fantastic.
Triple H.
Yes.
Batista's trying to screw over the company, and he's raising hell. He lays out Triple H, and then Roman Reigns comes to Triple H's aid. And there you go, Roman Reigns sticking up for Triple H.
Blockbuster matchup all of a sudden. I mean, granted, yeah, you're right. Triple H could be blockbuster, but Aaron, you're right. Every freaking year he's got to have a spot.
Yeah, I'd much rather see Batista and Roman Reigns. To me, that would be a hot match. I'd like to see that. Big G, your thoughts?
Well, I think it'll be okay for what it is. Go back to SmackDown 1000. When they had their little thing, and Batista told Triple H, you're the only person who hasn't beaten me. And so, they got their face-to-face, and how Ric Flair got in between them. So I think that kind of led up to Batista beating up Ric Flair and dragging him out. But the Roman Reigns idea isn't a bad idea either, you know. And think about it. Triple H is Vince McMahon's son-in-law, so Triple H gets what he wants. You know, if he wants a match at Mania, he's gonna get a match at Mania. Oh man, I'm trying to think. I was gonna say something, now I lost it.
Oh, come on, Big G. The pressure. It's like the Sid promo, and JR said, "We're live, pal."
Right. But I think back to that Royal Rumble. That was a hot ending when it was Batista and Roman Reigns. I'd love to see them just have like a full-blown one-on-one match. I don't think they've had one.
No, they haven't. And I think while they're also doing this match is, I guess, for the younger generation, for the kids who never saw Batista and Triple H, even though we have the network, but, you know, they want to show the younger generation, okay, this is Batista, this is Triple H. They had a feud back in the day. Now they're back at it. So
that's starting to grow on me more and more, Aaron, now that you brought that up. Think about the 2014 and the 2015 Royal Rumbles, and you could literally put those two guys together in a match at Mania that people might actually care about, Roman and Batista. I mean, of course, I bet you that wasn't even on their radar, though.
Right. And Batista's such a great heel, too, that, you know, Roman Reigns is coming off of this comeback here.
Yep. Oh, God. TJS?
What I'm not understanding what the point is of Batista wanting to match with Triple H. It's not registering, because if Triple H has never lost, or if Batista's never lost to Triple H, why would you take the chance and be like, yeah, I want to face him again?
Are we all assuming? I mean, I guess we should, because Triple H is involved and he never gives up his Mania spot. I was just wondering if this could lead to Batista versus somebody else.
Possibly.
I don't think so, because I don't think it's in Triple H's character to just, because I mean Triple H is clearly going to be the babyface here. He's not going to be like, oh, I feel like Triple H is going to be like, this is my battle, I want to fight it, blah blah blah. Of course,
him and all his NXT people against Batista. There you go. I mean, I'm just trying to think how the fans would get behind Triple H. You know what I mean?
They want you to sympathize for the 70-year-old Ric Flair who's laying there and didn't actually take any punishment. He just was told to lay down and then dragged out of the locker room. But he's so lifeless. And, man, Batista's, that nose ring it's got to go.
No, because that's heat. If it bothers you, that's good.
I don't know. Like Aaron said, I'm not.
And it was blue too.
Yeah.
He can get away with whatever he wants. He is in the Avengers. He is Drax and the Guardians of the Galaxy. Those are some of the hottest movies in the last 5 years. Yeah, he can do whatever he wants. Mainstream, seriously.
And then it'd be funny. Before TJS goes. So, say this happens, right, at WrestleMania. He loses. He ends up in a wheelchair and recreates 2010 and says, I quit again, and then leaves.
Nice.
I just don't know about this, guys. I feel like Triple H should have been the one challenging Batista, not Batista challenging Triple H. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I guess we'll probably have a follow-up to it on Raw, and Batista will say he's been trying to get a match with Triple H, but Triple H has been ducking him or whatever, and they'll have some kind of follow-up.
I'm not understanding why he wants them. Like, it doesn't make sense. Why Triple H?
Look, they left us with a cliffhanger on Monday, which they hadn't done in a long time, so it's making you want to know more. So you have to tune in.
But it's
exactly.
Gonna be so dumb. It's going to be like Batista, like, I just want to whip your ass again, Hunter, or something like that.
Man, you're a Debbie Downer here,
dude,
TJS.
Are you sure that Triple H didn't say, back when he said end of an era, that he didn't really say the beginning of an era? Because Triple H has been in every Mania since, right?
Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, if this match happens, it needs to be protected with some sort of stipulation, because bathroom break match, as far as
Well, Aaron, you got to make the thumbnail for this video. Definitely Batista, Flair, and Triple H, because that'll get the 500, 600, 700 people on the casual clicks from the YouTube algorithm over to watch this.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
You're saying Kofi's not going to get the job done?
Last week, we're struggling to hit 3,000, even though we had a lot of thumbs up, but of course all the Kofi fans went thumbs it up. but the casuals weren't drawn to the last No DQ review like others. Click the scantily clad women one is what, 4,200 views?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the internet, people. That's all I got. Let's do our plugs. Big G.
Well, NoDQ.com/Big G takes you to my Twitter page. I'm always on there, looking and doing whatever. NoDQ_Big G on Instagram. Jeff Filtz on Facebook. NoDQ.com/shirts. As Virtue said before, we're wearing #FireVirtue. Aaron's wearing NoDQ video shirt with Aaron Rift. I don't know what the hell TJS is wearing.
Not a
go
NoDQ
to your regular clothing store, probably pick that shirt up. That's it for the Big G. TJS, take it away, pal.
NoDQ.com/TJS takes you to my Facebook page. Go there, check out my selfie with Braun Strowman. It has a lot of likes. And I even tweeted out, by the way, at NoDQ_TJS on Twitter. I tweeted out a picture of me with Braun, and everyone was just so shocked how similar we look. And yeah, I'm just really happy that that happened. And plugs, of course, Aaron has NoDQ pins available. I believe it's 1 for 3, and what is it? Is it 5 for 10? 3 for 10?
Yes, 5 for 10.
5 for 10. Yeah, look at that. That's nice.
Save one for me, Aaron. Bring it to SummerSlam.
You could stab somebody quite nicely with this pen too.
Oh dear. Yeah. So there you go. If you are in the mood to stab, there you go. You can write notes. Do whatever you want.
Don't really do that.
Yeah, don't actually. We do not condone that type of violence, but please do buy a pen. They're nice, and who doesn't use pens nowadays? So.
Right.
You should have done markers because people could make their signs at the shows with the markers.
Yeah,
they could write Kofi. Well, then you charge more.
Yeah, well, I'm a cheap ass. But yeah, these pens are pens of peace, not hate. So anyways, email me, nodqmisc@gmail.com if you're interested in picking up a pen. And I will be giving away pens at the Toronto SummerSlam meetup. So you want to get one for free, meet me there, and I'll give you a pen. All right, so that's all I got. NoDQ.com, Virtue. Let's go and wrap this up.
Follow me on Twitter at NoDQ_Virtue. Go to my Facebook page, NoDQ.com/Virtue with the lowercase v. That's where Big G and I do Virtue's Rage in front of our 10 to 12 diehard fans live, although it does get several hundred views after that. Go to my Twitter. That's all I can say. So for Big G, for TJS, for Aaron Rift, I'm Virtue. See you next time.